This is full squad. Okay. You. Arm. Yeet.
This is full squad. Admiral rumors. He's up. Is this mess? Sure. The make. On the other side.
Yeah, go ahead and kick it on over. I think we're ready to get this thing started. Hey there, and welcome back to the House of G, home of the original geek and the original gamer. Boom shakalaka. Today is Monday. Hope you had a great weekend there, fantastic weekend. And yep, it is that time. Monday, time to kick off a new week. Sorry. Oh, who doggy? Jimmy Cricket. Yeah. I personally, I don't know about you. Mondays kind of suck. It depends. It depends. You got to find a way to make them suck a little bit less, though. So that's what I'm trying to do here on the House of G. Kick it off, kick it off right and whatnot. But let me tell you, let me tell you. Sometimes, sometimes these streams take on a life of their own, and I kind of have a feeling this is going to be one of them. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should probably check out the last House of G. It took a very dark turn, and today we're going to be talking about the mini series Batman of the Ultimate Evil. And from what I remember about it, this is not going to be a light reading, let's put it that way. So, who doggy? Yeah. Now, before we do that, I do want to just kind of talk about a little something here. I'm not going to get too much into it. Just want to touch on it. So you may or may not know Netflix has had a recent series called Masters of the Universe Revelations, and it just started recently. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's one of those. It's one of those. Yeah, just another bait and switch. And hold on a second here. Yeah, now I canceled my Netflix quite a while ago, sometime last year, and it got to the point I just got fed up. I couldn't take it anymore. It was I canceled it long before the Cuties movie came out. There's just so much stuff going on, so much trash, so much garbage that is simply unacceptable. Not only as a geek, as a gamer, as a pop culture fan, but just as a normal, basic, decent human being. Cuties wasn't the first. There's been so much pedophilic stuff on Netflix. I no longer recognize it as Netflix is officially pedoflix at this point for me, and I'm done. I'm done walking on eggshells about it. I'm so tired of it. What happened to freedom of speech? What happened to the First Amendment? I got the right to speak my mind. So you know what? That's what I'm gonna do here. I'm just gonna speak my mind. I'm tired of it. So yeah, if you think this is Geeks and Gamers, we're just gonna just joke around and make light of the bullshit. I like to crack jokes and whatnot. This is not solely for entertainment. This is we engage in pop culture archaeology here at Geeks and Gamers. Hey there, GMSD. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. And yeah, I hope you had a great weekend there. See if we can kick off Monday here. Have a little bit of fun at least, and see if we can get this week rolling in style and whatnot. Wait a minute. How did I not know about this? How did I not know about this? Masters of the Universe Revelations, starring Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill is in this. I had no idea. How did I not know this? Everybody's talking about Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith. I haven't heard a single peep about Mark Hamill. What? How's this even possible? What? It doesn't surprise me though. I hate to say it. I love the original Star Wars and everything. I love, I love the character of Luke Skywalker. But the simple fact is that Mark, and he's done some good. He voiced the Joker and stuff like that in Batman the animated series, and I'm sorry, but he's definitely on the woke side. He's I don't know if he's always been like that, but at the very least in recent decades, he's embraced some pretty woke concepts and whatnot. So it shouldn't surprise me as much as it does that he has voiced some character here in Masters of the Universe Revelations. What? But nobody's talking about that. The reason it surprises me is because nobody's talking about it. Like, why is nobody talking about this? Yeah, everybody's so focused on Kevin Smith. Did nobody notice that Mark Hamill was attached to this? What's going on here? What is happening? What? As far as I'm concerned, Mark Hamill's a bigger name than Kevin Smith is. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Shit, freaking cricket. There's always something. And like with the family watch together TV. No. There's no way in hell I would ever let my kids watch something like this. This is not family television, folks. I'm not gonna go hard into this. It's not the point. It's not the focus of the stream today. I just want to touch on it. I'm sure there's so much stuff out there that I'd like to talk about, and I just ain't got the time. I don't have the time to do the videos like I was, at least not right now. So this is my only chance to really comment on this stuff. Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me with this. Mark Hamill, are you kidding? Nobody's talking about it. Nobody. They're all about Kevin Smith. What about Mark Hamill? His name is attached to this. Do they not want to talk about it because they want to ignore the fact that he's attached to this? They don't want to like sully his name. I mean, is that what's going on here? I ain't got a freaking clue at this point. But yep. Breaking news here. If trying to come up with a thing for the House of G. So I'm kind of thinking. Let me know what you guys think about this. So if you'd like to be part of the House of G, if you'd like to become a cog in the machine that is the House of G, hit that subscribe button. This is not your typical pop culture commentary type channel. I try to become part of that crowd. I did. I made an honest effort of showing support, throwing out super chats, stuff like that. But the simple fact is, these guys are just not. They're half-assing it at best. Some of them are straight up hypocrites. I couldn't justify being a part of that anymore. So I'm striking off on my own, 100%, doing my own thing. That's just the way it is. So it's not going to be popular. I can tell you that much. There's a lot of people out there in the geekdom that they just want to focus on the popular stuff, the fun stuff. Anything that makes them uncomfortable, anything they have to think about, they don't want any part of it. So I don't ever expect this channel to blow up. Plain and simple. YouTube is not going to like this channel. I can tell you that much right now. It's if this channel ever does grow, it's going to be because of you guys. Because it's going to be because of the cogs in the machine that is the House of G. Yes, if you guys do honestly enjoy these streams and everything, I will get back to the videos someday, hopefully. But in the meantime, if you do enjoy the streams and content, if you sincerely want to see the channel grow, I'm gonna need your help, because YouTube's gonna be working against us here. Let's put it that way. So yeah, it's gonna be up to you guys, the cogs in the machine, to make that happen. And yeah, so where was I here? I do that. I go off on tangents and stuff, and I gotta remember where I was, and it's yeah, it's like that. Yeah. So surprise, Mark Hamill is in Masters of the Universe Revelation. You heard it here first, folks, because nobody else is talking about it. You gotta be kidding me with this. Other channels have gone over it, stuff like that. What I know about it is that He-Man loses. He sort of loses. He saves the day, he saves Eternia, he saves the universe, but in doing so, he dies in the process. In the first freaking episode. What? Are you kidding me with this? And they think this is a good idea? I'm not going to... Yeah, so... That right there, I mean, that's just disrespectful at best. Let's put it that way. So the show is a hot mess. It's a hot trash. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna give it the time of the day after this. It's just anybody out there that doesn't know about it. That's what's going on. It's actually the Tila show. Tila is a lesbian. Prince Adam is a bigger wuss than ever. He outright rejects his masculinity. It's oh my gosh, it's the definition of feminist LGBT woke garbage, plain and simple. So yeah, that's the short of it there. Hey, Mark Hamill's attached to it, so I shouldn't be surprised. The only thing that's surprising is that nobody's talking about it. So yeah, there's a pretty good chance you heard it here first. There we go. Yeah, okay. I'm ready to move on because I am so tired of wasting my time with these hot dumpster fires. That's exactly they know. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. The people that create this stuff, they know they're making trash. They know they're disrespecting the actual core material, the creator's vision, stuff like that. They know it. They know exactly what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose. So when we get all when we sit here and focus all this energy on it, sit here focusing oh man, that's exactly what they want. I'm not even gonna waste my time watching it anymore. It's if you want to focus on a show, and if you want to be entertained, watch Superman and Lois. It's fantastic. Comparatively speaking to modern television, it is a fantastic show. It is. It's not perfect, but it is by and far way better than probably most of the stuff you'll see on TV. And they tried to sabotage that. They did. They tried to sabotage it. Their own show. The only show that they have right now that's successful, and they tried to sabotage it. That's how insane these people are. These people are off the rocker. They're off the reservation. They're beyond sanity. They're beyond reason. It can't explain it to you. However, after today's House of G, I kind of have a feeling you might have a better idea about what's going on with these people. I got a sneaking suspicion. So with that said, I think we're going to go ahead and move on here and get into the heart of this stream here. Batman, the ultimate evil. All right. Okay. Yeah, I can already tell this is going to be a heavy one. It needs to be talked about, though. Let's get into it here. Gearbox. Yeah. Hey, go ahead and kick it on over there. All right. Thanks, buddy. Okay. All right. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Here we have it, folks. From DC Comics, Batman, the Ultimate Evil, an adaptation of the novel by Andrew Vox. I don't know if I said that right. So that's the funny thing about this. This comic book was actually based on a novel about Batman. So yes, Andrew Vox. I actually have no idea who he is, other than he wrote the novel for this comic book is based on. And yeah, so trying to decide how to move forward here. This is just if you want to know where my mind's at right now, you need to, if you haven't seen it, you need to watch the previous House of G regarding, I think it was the X-Men 2099. I went over 4 issues of X-Men 2099. The concepts in that House of G, I'm pretty sure they're about to bleed over into this House of G pretty heavily. I've got a very vague theory forming right now, and by the time we get through this, we'll see if it solidifies or not. So this is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. Oh, man. 1 second here. 1 second. Okay, so yeah, I don't remember all the details about the story, but I do remember what it's about. And what I've been doing, just for those that are new to the channel, For the House of G, these live streams, I've been going through my comic book collection. I had a whole bunch of them that need to be bagged and boarded. My life's been a little chaotic, nomadic, whatnot, so it's been pretty difficult to maintain a comic book collection. So I'm very fortunate, very blessed to actually have my collection at all. I'm very grateful for that, to say the least. So I've been going through it, and I've just been going through it. I haven't been planning it. I've just been like plucking them off the pile there as is. Starting to change things up a little bit, getting a little more organized. I'm in that point where it's starting to take a little bit different direction as far as all that goes. We're still going to be going through my collection, having these deep dive pop culture archaeology streams, discussions. For the time being, at least, we're going to be pretty focused on comic books. There's a lot of other stuff I'd like to talk about, television shows, movies, stuff like that. But for the time being, this is where we're at. And so I stumbled across this morning, preparing for the stream. And as soon as I saw it, I knew this is what we were going to talk about today. It leaped out at me, hit me like a sack of bricks. Kind of dreading it, if I'm being honest, especially after that last House of G. The last House of G, it was the single darkest House of G we've had on this channel here to date. I have a feeling this is gonna just get even darker. Like I said, I've got a vague theory forming at this point, and if it starts to solidify that theory, hold on to your hats there, cogs. Yeah. So, as stated, this is based on a novel by Andrew Vox. So if you're curious about the novel, feel free to check it out sometime. I have not read it myself. I will see how this goes, but I think I might want to read it in the not too distant future. Here's the. We're already starting off with a bang here, folks. Now, the copyright is 1995, so this was produced in 1995. 1995, folks. If you're a long time viewer of the House of G, you should be very familiar with that year at this point. Around 1995, 96, there was a great divergence in the field, the industry of comic books. There were already signs, not pre-1995, there were already signs of the woke stuff. It was there. It was already there. However, it hadn't taken over. It wasn't completely prevalent like it is today and like it became 1995, 1996. There was a great divergence, and these people took over. They took over big. And it's been a downhill world. It's been a downhill slide ever since. If you can't tell, I'm already a little bit rattled. Just stumbling across this morning, it already rattled me pretty good. Jiminy Cricket. So it starts off talking about if Paris is the city of light, then what is Gotham? As everybody knows, Gotham is a troubled city, to say the least, riddled with crime and maniacs, psychopaths, and whatnot. The police struggle to maintain law and order. Batman is fighting a one-man war against crime and whatnot. Triggered, I can't use that word anymore, triggered, because they've ruined it for me. They've given it such a terrible connotation, just a stupid connotation. I can't even use it right now because it's just they've gone full retard with the word triggered. I can't with this. I don't. Man, it's just it is what it is, I guess. Jiminy freaking Cricket. So, yeah. All right. Yeah. So his career as Batman was kicked off, by the murder of his parents. And at first he was seeking revenge. He wanted, some part of him wanted revenge. He wanted to strike fear in the hearts of criminals. He wanted to put an end to crime and everything. A noble goal and whatnot, but being as big as Gotham is, and a one-man crime fighter, one-man show, it's an overwhelming, daunting task, to say the least. So Yeah, it starts off just giving, basically, just setting the scene for Gotham and whatnot, the city itself, and how, it's got some interesting artwork. Now, here's the fun. This is the funny thing. Right? Okay, so in 95, 96, there was the Great Divergence in comic books. Now, this comic book was produced produced and published in 1995. 1995. However, the book was written before then. I don't know when the book was written, actually. Let's take a look. Let's find out here. Let's find out. Information is good. Knowledge is power. Let me see here. So, Batman Ultimate Evil book. When was it published? I'm curious as to how quickly it went from a book to a comic book adaptation. And everything's Amazon. Are you kidding me with this? Everything's coming up Amazon. Don't make me go to Wikipedia. Don't make me go to Wikipedia. What? Wait a minute. What? Wait. No, that can't be right. That cannot be right. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So apparently, the novelization was released in November of 1995 in conjunction with the graphic novel. There's a 2-issue graphic novel here, and I have both of them. So that's an interesting fact. Interesting indeed, especially considering the fact that the Great Divergence took place over the years of 1995 and 1996. Interesting indeed. Without doubt, this is going to take more research, background research, off stream and everything. I mean, because there's question marks keep popping up. Some of them are the same questions. Some of them are new questions. It would require some research. I just haven't been able to make the time for it. I'd love to be able to do that, hopefully sooner rather than later, because the questions just keep coming. Just every time it's like a new question mark pops up, new question mark pops up, new question mark pops up. You got the meme, the dude, and he's like, huh? Question mark, just massive question marks pops up. That's what I feel like right now. And okay, let's continue here. Deeper down in the crosstown depths of the city, the only light is artificial, as man-made as evil itself. That I take issue with. Hold on here. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Now this is setting the scene for the story. At first it talks about Gotham and stuff like that, but then it goes on to, closer to ground zero, the view changes. The black velvet has an illumination all its own. The cold, garish neon of the sex industry, the feverish light in the eyes of desperate drug addicts, the inadequate streetlights creating pools of shadow in which muggers patiently wait. Deeper down in the crosstown depths of the city, the only light is artificial, as man-made as evil itself. And the only language spoken here is the unspeakable. I take issue with that because evil's not man-made. No. See, the entity that brought evil and sin into the world, introduced it to humanity, was Satan himself. Not man. Yes, mankind, human. We're capable. We have the ability to commit acts of great evil. That is a fact. But evil itself is not man-made. Man did not bring evil into the world. Satan did. So I take issue with that point that he's making because it's completely wrong. Other than that, let's continue here. There's sound that is no sound, a whisper frame that flows through Gotham's heights and depths, and only those who listen to the night can truly hear the nearly silent hum of city lore, of legend, mystery, and myth. I think he's talking about Batman at that point. So it kicks over. We got some homeless vagrant dude. Yeah, he was sleeping on the bench on the first one, and we got some kids, some punks, that stumble across this guy in the middle of the night, and they decide to have some fun. Their idea of fun is to douse him in alcohol or gasoline or something like that, and to set him on fire. But fortunately, Batman is on the prowl. He shows up and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? What are you up to?" No, really, he says, the one kid's all like, "Your name's going to be Toasty Pops." Batman pops up and he's like, "No, it's all over." Do Batman style, So, yeah, it just starts off with a group of young thugs and punks just looking to commit murder for fun. Which, yeah, that is definitely the definition of evil right there. And so, yeah, this dumb punk, he tries to set Batman on fire. There he is going up in flames, but then the flames go out. His costume is obviously like fire retardant. And then the punk's all like, "Wait a minute, you're not on fire. You don't burn." And Batman kicks his ass. Keep in mind, this is a homeless vagrant. Dude's homeless, just trying to survive one day to the next. These guys come up and try to murder him for fun, because they don't hold any value in human life. Batman saves the guy, kicks their punk's ass. He's like, "You'll be all right, sir. The police are on the way." And then the vagrant's all like, "Hey, I want to thank you. I just want to say thank you." As Batman walks away, Batman's doing Batman. He's walking away to, do what Batman does. He actually goes up to the roof of the nearby building to keep an eye on the guy until the police show up. Why? Because he's Batman. That's what Batman does. He's out to help people. That's his whole mission. So he climbs to the top building, keeps an eye on the guy. Now the thugs, they're all tied up, knocked out, unconscious. He still wants to make sure the guy's all right. Police show up. He takes off. Yeah, so he's having, I wouldn't say an existential crisis, but he is definitely got some heavy stuff on his mind as he's driving home to the Batcave and everything. Yeah, he's having like this little inner monologue. As crime fighters age, they face wave after wave of fresh combatants, like swimming toward the horizon. If you stop swimming, you drown. And yet, what we do is not enough. Because it just doesn't stop. I mean, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Because in this world, evil doesn't rest, which means that we can't rest either. Not for long. We got to keep vigilant. We got to keep our eyes open and whatnot. Maybe it will never be enough. That's where faith comes in. That's hitting biblical territory. When the true end comes, evil will be eradicated, and there will be no more tears. But we're not there yet. In the meantime, we got to live this life day by day, fighting the good fight every single day until that day comes. So I understand his thought process there. I do. But the fight is not in vain. That's what I'm getting at. Let's see here. See, he gets back to the Batcave. There's good old Alfred, who reminds him that he has an invitation to some sort of gala. Yeah. So, yeah. There's the invitation. Green screen is kicking in. It's one of those fancy stealth camo invitations that they got. Pretty cool stuff there, right? And yeah, so he gets out of one costume and jumps in, as Batman, and jumps into his other costume as Bruce Wayne. No need to show that. Everybody knows who you are, Mr. Wayne. He's the famous billionaire playboy of Gotham City. Everybody knows who he is. Naturally, he gets the socialites are all over him and whatnot. Let's see. Let's see. Now this chick pops up. I don't know who she is. She's main part of the story and everything. I don't know who she is. She doesn't look familiar. Yeah, she's very, very pale, extremely pale. White, literally like white skin, white hair. I have no idea who she is, but we will probably find out here. Does get a little heavy-handed with it. Like this other woman, she's like, yeah, one of those socialite types. She's talking to Bruce, and she's talking about how poverty breeds crime, which isn't inaccurate. It's not inaccurate. But then you got this other chick popping up who I don't know who she is yet. She pops up and she's all like, no, you're wrong. Crime is across it. So there are some issues with this. It's not to say crime only exists in poverty areas, but they're both kind of right, kind of wrong. They're both making kind of extreme arguments, and it's just maybe he wrote it that way on purpose to emphasize and contrast the opposing points of view or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, she makes the Duchess, the socialite, tries to make the case that crime comes from poverty. And then the other lady, the white Joker-esque, she looks like, she reminds me of like Joker's daughter or something. I don't know. I don't think that's not who she is, but that's the vibe that I'm getting. She's making the case that crime exists across the board. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. All kinds of crime. Yes and no. I mean, absolutely 100%. It doesn't matter what your status is in society. Everybody's capable of crime, and crime does happen across the board. It happens at every level. That much is true. But at the same time, poverty-stricken areas do have a higher rate of crime. At least that's been, it's like I said, they're both kind of right, kind of wrong. It's somewhere in between. Even though it also depends on the society. That's an unspoken thing here that doesn't get mentioned. It also depends on society. There used to be a time in this country, United States of America, where you could go to bed with your doors unlocked, your windows unlocked, your windows open, whatnot. You were perfectly safe. The crime is so just minimal. People would leave their houses unlocked because crime didn't happen, especially outside of the big cities. It was just unheard of. And something changed, and it became unsafe to keep your doors unlocked, to keep your windows unlocked. Something changed, folks. It did. And that's just a fact of American history right there. It was a very stable country for a very long time, and then something changed. So like I said, they're both kind of right, both kind of wrong. There are other variables that are not being taken into account. As the state of society declines, crime rises across the board. Criminal acts rise across the board. Evil rises across the board. But at the same time, poverty does breed crime. Used to be the ghettos had the prevalence of crime, and the middle class, much less, still not quite as safe as what it used to be in America, but still very much safer, way safer, way safer. Much less crime. So yeah, like I said, they're both kind of right, both kind of wrong. It's not a black and white. It's not as black and white as they're making it out to be. Okay, so this chick is supposed to be an albino. That's the deal. Okay. So she asked Bruce Wayne, what if he believes that poverty is the cause of crime, and this is how he responds, at least according to Andrew Vox. I believe it's a contributing factor, but certainly not the sole cause. You said people. The real question is which people, isn't it? Okay, yeah, that's more in line with what I was thinking, I think. Yes, that is the question. And the answer is children. The maltreatment of children is the greatest single contributor to later criminal behavior. I can see that. It doesn't excuse it, but I can see that. You mean like child abuse, that sort of thing? Yes, Mr. Wayne, I mean exactly that sort of thing. In fact, that's what I do. Bruce, I don't understand. You apparently know my name, but then the albino chick. My name is Deborah. Deborah Kane. Kane. Don't tell me she's related to Batwoman. I think Batwoman was Cassandra Kane. Jiminy Cricket, man. I don't know. Well, hopefully we'll find out here. I don't know if she's connected to Batwoman or not. Batgirl and Batwoman, two completely different characters. She's a caseworker with Gotham Child Protective Services. Bruce is all like, I'd like to learn more about children and crime. That is, could I call you sometime? So yeah, now considering what happened to him as a kid, watching his parents murdered in front of him, he's got an obvious natural connection, vested interest in what she does. So it makes sense. It makes sense from a story standpoint. So she agreed, she gives him a number and everything. So it looks like, I guess, a couple of nurses leaving a hospital after a night shift or something like that, 2:47 a.m. Yeah, they're just getting off work, wanting to go home. Thug comes up with a machete, tries to rob him and everything. He threatens him. Raises the machete. He's about to cut one of them down, and then boom, in comes Batman. Crack. Doing what Batman does, cracking skulls. Who doggy? That's what I'm talking about. And then he just runs. Well, he cracks the guy. He cracks him across the skull and everything. And it just disappears into the night. Why? Because that's what Batman does. Cops show up, take the thug away, even though the one nurse says that this thug has got some compound fractures, but they're at the hospital, so the police are probably pretty sure. Hey, woohoo, money, hello, house ID. Hey there, Remy. Welcome back to the stream. I'm guessing you're using your voice to text dealio. Jimmy Cricket, good times. How you doing there, Remy? Hope you had a great weekend. Yeah, Monday, rolling into the week. This is gonna be an interesting one. It's already an interesting one, in my humble opinion. I've got a vague theory forming, and we'll see if this story arc helps to solidify it or not. Keyboard. Oh, it says your keyboard. So it's just an example of your advanced typing skills, I guess. Boom shakalaka. Oh man. Yeah, we're just talking about Batman, the Ultimate Evil. 1995. It was it's based on a novelization by Andrew Vox. I don't know the name. I don't know who the guy is. I remember this story arc and everything. I don't know who the guy is though. Funny thing is, yeah, so the book was published in November 1995 at the same time as the graphic novel. So this was planned out by DC and everything. It was planned out, it was produced, executed, in November of 1995. Now, if you remember from last House of G, it took a dark turn with X-Men 2099. That was right around 1995. So we've established the Great Divergence, 95, 96. This is I'm starting to form a vague theory here, and we'll see. We're going through these. It's 2 issues. 1 is 2. I have both of them. We're going to go through them. I used to type 80 women. What? So type 80 women. What? What does that mean? I'm assuming you're using your phone or a tablet. Typing on a phone or a tablet is just a pain in the butt to begin with. So, just blame it on the virtual keyboard. That's what I do. Pretty slick cover. No, yeah, the artwork is good. The artwork is actually pretty good so far. And yeah, it's as we get into it, I'm sure you'll understand what my big theory is, and I'll explain it I'll explain it in detail at the end. Oh my goodness, 80 words per minute. Oh my God. 80 words per minute. That does make more sense. It does make more sense. That was a good one, Remy. That was a good one. I used to type 80 words. What does that even mean? What? Oh, mother worker short. Okay. Let's keep rolling here. So this, yeah. So he beats up the thug. Batman's doing what he does. Just he stops crime, beats up criminals, and makes sure that the police get their hands on him. 3 days later, section of Gotham where the tour buses never appear. So I guess Bruce Wayne finally catches up with this Kane chick. She's not Cassandra Kane, different Kane. I don't know if they're related to Batgirl or Batwoman. I keep saying Batgirl. 2 completely different characters. Batwoman. That should give the AI girl. Yeah, trying to figure out a way to. Yeah, I'm wondering if the AI has heard that one before about typing 80 women. Wait, how do I classify this? Wait, what? Typing 80 women. What? Yeah, the stream might get lumped in with like a typing class type video or channel or something like that. How to type. I took a typing class in high school and it was actually very useful. So who knows? Maybe we'll end up on a typing channel or something. I don't know. The algorithms are they're just wonky nowadays, if you ask me. Anyway, to start with. So yeah, Bruce catches up with this Kane chick. They're in like the slum areas and whatnot. Yeah, so they're in the slum areas. They're visiting. Yeah, she's a caseworker. She's a social worker. She's apparently visiting a case of hers. Bruce Wayne just happens to be tagging along. I think that's the deal. They get to the door. Some girl opens the door, and then I don't know if that's the father, stepfather, what the deal is. Let's find out here. Oh no, it's not the daughter. That's the wife, I'm guessing. She's like, "What do you want?" Kane is like, "Child Protective Services. I didn't call." The mother's all like, "I didn't call nobody." The dude jumps in, "Get away from this door." So she's all like, Now this is touching on something. I wasn't planning on talking about. It was not part of the plan. I have serious issues with the social system, child protective service. I got serious issues with it. Major issues with it. CPS. Wait, what? Relevant again? No, yeah. This chick right here. She's one of the main characters of this story. She's not Batman. She's a social worker. Her last name is Kane. I already forgot her first name, but I'm wondering if she's related to Batwoman, because Batwoman is Cassandra Kane, I believe. So both of them have the last name Kane. She's got white skin, white hair. What the hell was her name? I've never heard of this chick before, so. Where is it? Where is her freaking name? She introduced herself. Where is it? Where did she? Oh, Deborah Kane. Her name is Deborah Kane. I don't know the character. I think she's like an albino. That's why she's all. They made her like all white and everything. There are certain scenes where she's almost got like some color to her, like right there. She's almost got color to her. Like the skin is almost like. But she's supposed to be an albino. Maybe it's God's plan to talk about this up because it all keeps coming up looking back. No, this is what I'm talking. I've got a very vague theory forming. And this may or may not help to solidify. We're going to see. I've got both issues, and we're going to go through them. I have a vague theory. We'll see how it plays out. Now, I understand what they're doing here as far as the Child Protective Services. And keep in mind, this is 1995. And there are people out there that are called useful idiots. They push the stuff, they support it without understanding what they're actually promoting. When it comes to child, CPS, stuff like that, it's not the beneficial organization that people think it is. It's a major part of the problem nowadays. From the beginning, it took away the rights of the parents. There's an old saying, good intentions pave the road to hell. So CPS began with good intentions, but very quickly it was taken over and subverted. Oh snap! Yes, yeah. I'm sure you probably have an idea where I'm going with this already. And yeah, so CPS is not the guardian angel that the average person might think it is. Speaking from experience. And plus, not just my experience, but like other a lot of kids being subjected to this stuff, not because of the families, but because of CPS and whatnot. So keep in mind, this is 1995, right at the same time of the great divergence in the comic book field. 95, 96. Now that stuff, the woke stuff and all that, it was already present in the field of comic books, but it was minimized. It was minimized. 95, 96, great divergence, boom, it just straight up took over. I really think we're onto something here at the House of G here. Oh, in case you don't know, you're officially a cog in the machine of the House of G. So if anybody else is watching, they're new to the channel, if you'd like to become a cog in the machine, all you gotta do is hit that subscribe button. Doggy. All right, so yeah, we're getting somewhere with this. So they bring in child protect. Now this is dealing with like child abuse, stuff like that. Now naturally they're just producing like they're presenting the worst possible case scenario for. But keep in mind, when it comes to CPS, you don't have to do anything wrong as a parent, and they will still take your kid. That's where I'm getting at. When this is a whitewashed version of reality. Let's put it that way. It's very strange because it's kind of riding the fence a little bit. Hopefully that'll become clear as to what I mean by that. It's a very strange story so far. It's a very strange story because I'll tell you this right now. This story is about human trafficking. specifically child sex trafficking. But it's presenting certain aspects of our society in a positive light that have actually, in fact, contributed to such things as human trafficking. It's a very confused book. Let's put it that way. This guy, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he wrote this with the best of intentions, but as stated, the good intentions pave the road to hell. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he wrote this with the best of intentions. Okay, I'm going to put that out there. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on that. I'm just pointing out where the issues are regarding those intentions. CPS is not a guardian angel, but that's how it's being presented. And naturally, they're presenting this dude who's just like the worst of the worst as far as fathers go. And apparently, well, that's what they're implying. That's what they're presenting him as. So far, he's drunk and belligerent, but maybe he had a bad day at work. I don't know. I'm not going to judge him for being grumpy. So she threatens to return with the police, and that's a whole nother thing. That we're talking about constitutional rights and whatnot, unlawful search and seizure, stuff like that. I'm sorry, but CPS does not have the constitutional authority to enter your home. They don't have the constitutional authority. They don't. Even if the police show up, the police, they need a warrant, period, end of story. That is a fact, a constitutional legal fact. If the CPS shows up with the police, they still need a warrant per the Constitution. But they get around that every single day. People are so afraid of CPS, they don't stand up for the rights. They don't realize that they have rights. That's a very big problem, folks. Very big problem. But in this case, like I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's, good intentions, maybe some misguided intentions, but I'm giving him that benefit of the doubt. So, yeah, she threatens to return to the police, and the dude, the dude caves. He's like, fine, come on in. So she goes, sits down, talks with the little girl in her bedroom and everything. They have a conversation. Naturally, she looks afraid, but I'm thinking she's afraid of the social worker. Strange woman coming into the house, doesn't know who she is. Why is she in her bedroom? If I was that kid, I'd be asking those questions myself. Like, why are you in my room? Who are you? Where are my parents? But with the dialogue, they're clearly taking it in a different direction. She's talking. Kane is talking. Asking her like, does he hit you? Does he? She's like, not a lot, I guess. I don't know. Does he hit Scotty every day? Sometimes when he cries or if he spills something. No. Does Daddy hit anybody else? He hits everybody. Okay. Then the dude walks in. He's like, what did you tell her? Answer me. We'll discuss that later. Right now you can. And then he just lashes out in front of two complete and total strangers. He lashes out and smacks the girl. And then Bruce steps in and he's like, hey, let's go have a conversation. So the situation is a bit contrived. Let's put it that way. I'm not advocating in favor of abuse. That's not the issue here. The story is fiction. And the scene is contrived. That is the goal of the author. And it's just something people need to keep in mind when they're reading stuff like this. They need to understand that. Because it doesn't always accurately reflect reality. CPS is not a guardian angel organization. And naturally, they got the big man, the big slovenly man is naturally the abuser. There's an issue with that as well. There are a lot of women out there that are abusers. That never gets talked about. That never gets presented in these stories. And then, let's see. So what happens to Mary Lou and her little brother? They go to a foster home. Deborah Kane, it's not that simple. We don't want Mary Lou separated from Scotty. With foster home placement, we can't guarantee that won't happen. And more to the point, neither child wants to leave. They want Daddy to be like he once was before he lost his job and started drinking so much. So then they make the point, okay, so here we go. So they make the point in the story that he wasn't always like this. He lost his job. He started drinking. He took a bad turn. He wasn't always like this. So they're okay, so they're giving him that. So they're not painting him out as this complete and total monster, at least. He's having a rough time of it or something. I'm not saying it justifies anything, but they're not, at the very least, they're not painting him out as like this complete and total monster. I was actually expecting them to, but that's a little bit of a surprise right there. I talked to him in the other room. He kept saying, they used to respect me. That's what he kept saying over and over. That's Bruce Wayne talking. Deborah Kane, I'm glad you were there. I'm glad you came. I still don't know why you went out with me. I mean, out on rounds with me, but it's all right if I do it again. Hey. Okay, so they're not painting it as a completely black and white picture, at least. So I give him credit for that. But once again, CPS is not the guardian angel organization, and this is actually not the norm for CPS as far as the government workers go, from what I understand about it. So now this was 1995, back in the day. Good intentions paved the road to hell. CPS was created in good intentions. Let's keep moving here. So she invites him out again if you got the stomach for it. I've got the time. So apparently, Bruce Wayne is spending a lot of time with this Deborah Kane on her rounds to get information about what's going on with the lower classes and whatnot, like the poor people. Because all the people that she's visiting, they're all on the poor side. I think. Wait a minute. Maybe not. It's not very clear. But this first woman, she doesn't look too poor. She's got all these bracelets, the jewelry and stuff like that. It looks like it's probably supposed to be gold. She looks like she's well off. So apparently I guess it's happening across she made the argument that this stuff goes on across the board. It doesn't matter, rich, poor, doesn't matter. So apparently they're trying to paint the picture of her background where she experiences this stuff across the board. I think that's where they're going with it. Wait a minute, hold on. Whoa. Okay, so they're having a conversation. Bruce and Deborah, they're in a cafe. They're having a conversation about what goes on out there, and he's asking these questions based on what he's recently experienced by going along with her on her rounds. Let's see. So she's telling him that what he's seeing is normal, and Bruce is all like, normal? Being whipped with an electrical cord, scalded to third-degree burns, sodomized by an uncle? Doesn't seem possible. Oh, no, she's all like, all that and more. He responds, it doesn't seem possible. It doesn't seem human. So he's starting to get... He's a crime fighter. He witnessed his parents murder him from stuff like that. Fortunately, they had a massive fortune. He was raised... He didn't end up in foster care, stuff like that. He was fortunate in that regard. And he had Alfred the butler as a guardian who legitimately loved him as a son and raised him, took care of him properly. So in that regard, Bruce did not experience any of that. So Bruce, he's learning these things, apparently stuff that he's never been exposed to or been familiar with. Now, keep something in mind. Around 1995 or so, apparently, I don't remember human trafficking being huge on the radar of the public conscience. It wasn't talked about a lot, if at all. It just wasn't, I'm not saying it was non-existent, but it just wasn't that common to talk about it or to even be aware of it. So I think that's what they're trying to do with this, is to raise awareness regarding this type of stuff. So make sure you keep that in mind moving forward. Okay. So yeah, they're having the conversation. Bruce is trying to understand this stuff. She's trying to explain it as best she can. She makes a statement: the laws of God, the laws of nature, or the laws of mankind. Incest violates them all. It's not sick Bruce. So they try to like sidestep any sort of moral, godly, biblical morality. They just say it violates all decency. It's our way of avoiding like a actual moral discussion, to be honest. But yeah, they're just trying to make it like this blanket. I'm not saying it's not I'm not saying that the general topic of this story isn't evil, because it is. But they just try to it's walking the fence. They're trying to kind of walk the fence a little bit. I'm not saying it's a bad story. It's just there are some issues with it. Let's see. Hold on. So he wants to go along with her again. She says, "Remember the man in the nice apartment." And then so he's like, she's like, "Remember the man in the nice apartment," and then it cuts away to him as dressed up as Batman, and he's remembering something. I'm assuming this dude said this. I keep something in mind. These people, they're not going to say this stuff in front of a freaking CPS worker. They're not going to say it. It's not going to happen. This is not stuff that people say in front of government workers. Only if they want to go to prison. So Batman's on the roof. And he's remembering something that this guy said. "I love my daughter. I love her in a way you can never understand. She's my little girl, aren't you, baby? My little girl, my little girl, my little." I'm assuming. I don't know where did he get this from? Like I'm assuming this guy said it in front of the social worker, Kane, and him as Bruce. That's the only thing. I'm not sure where exactly he's getting. I'm assuming that's what they're going with here. The problem being, people aren't going to say that. They're not going to say that in front of government employees. They're not going to openly admit it like that. It's not how it works. These people know that they're doing something wrong. They're not going to. They're not going to openly admit it like that. But I'm assuming that they're taking artistic license in that regard. So I'm not sure what he's doing. So, yeah, I think it was that guy. He's like, remember the man in the nice apartment. I think that's referring to that guy. Batman's on the rooftop. He's like, "I took an oath. The authorities already know about him. I can't just, it's not enough. He pauses and he decides it's not enough." So apparently, I guess this dude admitted it in front of the two of them. It doesn't make any sense there, but I guess that's what they're going with. For, I guess, dramatic, to move the story along and whatnot. She's out doing her thing. And yeah, so Deborah Kane, she's out doing her thing. Or I don't know if she's on her way home, on her way out. I think she's on her way out. And then some dude shows up. I don't know who this guy is. He's, naturally a big old lug, threatening her. He's like, "Yeah, you're my business." Bow chick, wow, wow, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Batman shows up because he's keeping an eye on her. Something about his partner ran into a little problem. He'll be a little late for your meeting. So it makes me wonder. Okay, so it looks like these guys were out for her specifically. Beats the teetotal crap out of him. Krakow, kapow, thunk. Beats the crap out of him. Yeah, talking for long periods of time, it does kind of dry out there. Let's see. So yeah, he beats the crap out of him to attempt to. Okay, so yeah, so they were attempting to basically kidnap her and gang, her. You know what? And yeah, so the comic book doesn't censor anything. It doesn't censor anything. It's even with me, I'm tired of walking on eggshells and whatnot. There are certain points where I need to like, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. You know what I'm talking about. It's freaking annoying, but that's the world we live in at this point. So he saves her bacon. This is where it gets heavy-handed. This is where it starts to get heavy-handed. Like, I understand the point he's trying to make. He goes so hard with it. It's cringe. It's cringe. So he saves her from these two guys. He's like, I'd like to escort you to where you're going to. So he calls in the Batmobile. The Batmobile shows up. And he's like, he opens up. And just over the top, he's like, with your permission. Which is just like, it's too much. It's too much. That's not how normal men and women interact with it. I don't say, I with your permission, I'd like to give you a ride. You say, hey, can I give you a ride? That's it. It's not with your permission. Can I give you a ride? Yes or no? Yes is inherently giving permission. So I understand he's doing it for the story. It gives the wrong effect. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a bad story. It's just there are some issues with it. This is taking place around 95, 96. So it's a little confusing. It's a little bit confusing. Because it's kind of like I say, it's kind of riding the fence a little bit. It's painting the CPS as a guardian angel organization, which it is not, is actually part of the problem, while trying to expose light on the problem. It's a very confused story, is what I'm trying to get at. I'm not saying it's a bad story. It's a very confused story, which raises some questions. If you think this stuff is black and white, this is your wake up call. Yeah, so she gives him permission to give her a ride in the Batmobile, which is she's amazed by the car. It's a very high tech vehicle, of course. Very well armed vehicle. Oh, mother of freaking! Are you kidding me with this shit? Yep, this is a very confused story. It is a very confused story. Holy shit! If finally got the evidence to prove it. So she gets in the car. She's like, "Wow, this is amazing," and he starts to describe the vehicle to her. Mini cams, people can't see in, but we can see out. The viewports are one-way Lexan, bulletproof. The entire vehicle can withstand anything from small arms to missiles. She asks the question, "Is all that necessary in Gotham?" He responds, "This is Batman. Heavy weapons are easy to obtain in America. Too easy. Bullshit. Are you freaking kidding me? The average person cannot buy a freaking Batmobile and load it up with like miniguns and missiles. That is not possible for the average person." This is what I'm talking about. The story is very confused. It's very confused. There may be more to what a ride means. Well, yeah, obviously but that's not the point. He's always saying, may I have your permission? That's just dumb. I mean, that's just not how people interact with each other. That is not how normal people interact with each other. That's the point. They've been hanging out for quite some time. Now, I understand she doesn't know that Bruce Wayne is Batman. But Batman is a well-known figure in Gotham City. Everybody knows he's a crime fighter. He's a hero. It's just dumb. And now he's advocating for revoking the Second Amendment. This is what I'm talking about. This is a very confused story. It's just weird. Like I said, good intentions pave the road to hell. And there's definitely some good intentions here. And there's definitely some nonsense. So remember, keep in mind, it takes place in 95, 96, around the time of the Great Divergence. You're right, like it's setting up for something else later, requiring permission behavior. No, it goes back to the feminine. That is a direct key aspect of feminism. The feminist agenda, which is one of the founding cornerstones of the woke agenda. Man has to ask permission for everything. You have to ask permission to kiss the woman. You have to have permission. That's not how romance works. That's not how relationships work. I've had girlfriends. I've never once said, "Hey, can I kiss you?" No, if I get the urge to kiss them, I kiss them. And guess what? They don't have a problem with it. Just asking permission. Hey, can I kiss you? Every single time. Hey, can I kiss you? 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 It gets fucking annoying. That's not how normal. That's not how human beings function. That is not natural. It is unnatural. It's part of the feminist agenda. This is what I'm talking about. It's a very confused story. They're trying to shed light on human trafficking. In this case, specifically child sex trafficking. But then you have all of this other stuff it's tied in to what's going on. It's almost like a bit of smoke and mirrors. It's like it's trying to shed light on. It's trying to focus attention over here on this. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Everybody should pay attention to this. But then, like this other stuff that leads up to it, that makes it possible, they're trying to divert attention from the actual source of the problem. Nothing like ruining the moment. Exactly. It's exactly what it is. It's ruining the moment. We as human beings do not function like that. Yes, there's a proper time and place to ask permission for something. Hey, can I borrow your shirt? Something like that, you know? When it comes to romance between men and women, I've never heard of a romance novel where the man was asking the woman permission every time he wanted to kiss her or like put his arm around her or something. I've never ever heard of that. I doubt women would read something like that. A robot would also think to ask permission. Yeah, I think you're getting my point there. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a very confused story, and we haven't even gotten to the actual heart of the story yet, of what I was planning on talking about. Wait, hold on, Ms. Kane, what's wrong? I'm not sure. The probes are picking up something over on 7th? What? Okay, that's a little bit contrived. So he's basically, the author is like saying that he has probes around the city. I don't know if it's like a blanket number of probes that cover the entire city or just key areas of the city where there's known hotspots for activity. I've been asked before and it made me think he was a Ted Bundy. I said late, over and out. Well, you know what they say. All these serial killers, they're all charming, and basically, it sounds like they were all beta males. Is what it sounds like. And people were just like, I never suspected him. Polite, friendly, overly friendly, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, when Batman is asking her permission to get in his car, it does not come across well. So he's got some sort of probes picking up some sort of activity, and so he takes a detour to this location. There's a crowd, Paul in the alley. what's going. So she's asking him what's going on, and he's all like, "Just watch." And for fuck's sake with this. What the hell? What is going on with this? What? What the hell? What is going on with this? What? I'm not understanding this at all. Like, first of all, it's completely contrived. And on top of it, it doesn't make any sense. So he's got these sensors wherever across the city. He picks up some activity, a crowd is gathering. Like, what does that even mean? I mean, it could be anything. It could be like a 4th of July fireworks show. People are gathering for the fireworks. Doesn't make any damn sense. So, but then it gets even more like illogical and nonsensical. So they pull up. There's this big old crowd. There's a big old crowd. And a girl dressed like that, like a hoochie mama. A big old crowd of men. And a girl looking like she's looking for trouble. I'm sorry, you don't go out in the middle of the night in a bad area of the city dressed like that unless you're looking for trouble. Okay? I hate to break it to you, but women are responsible for their actions. If a woman chooses to dress like this, goes into a city, she's responsible for putting herself in danger. Now, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't go to jail for committing a crime, but do not pass off the responsibility. Something going on here. This is completely contrived. Normal women don't do this. What the hell is going on here? This is not what normal women do. They don't dress up like this unless they're looking for trouble. But here's the kicker. Deborah Kane, she makes a statement. That girl, Batman, these guys are street thugs, human predators. Oh my Lord, what the hell, dude? Oh my Lord, this dude, whoever wrote this, he's not a very good writer. He's not. I did actually look up the book on Amazon. I read some of the reviews. People were raving about this guy. They were drooling over this guy that wrote this book that this is based on. He wrote this. He's a terrible writer. The subject matter notwithstanding, he's just a bad writer. What the freaking crap? And then Batman's all, watch Ms. Kane coming toward her from the other way. She's all, something's happening here. Something, really? And then Batman's all like, right on the nose. And this dude in a wheelchair rolls up. Like, I don't even know what the hell is going on here. Why is this woman out here in the middle of the night, for starters? Where did all these men come from? This is a huge freaking group of dudes. Huge. Where did these guys come from? What does she do? Doesn't give any context, nothing. Just some woman dressed like a hoochie mama out in an alley in the middle of the freaking night. Like, what the hell? It doesn't make any damn sense. So Batman leaps into action. He leaves the Batmobile. Dude's in a wheelchair. Batman drops it on between him and her. What is going on? So then, here we go. So the dude pulls out a shotgun. The dude in the wheelchair pulls out a shotgun. Batman stops him from shooting. I don't know who the guy was trying to shoot. Was he trying to shoot the girl? Was he trying to shoot the crowd? What the hell is going on? He doesn't explain it at all. And then, what the fuck is going on with this? What? Yeah, maybe it explains it later. Right now, there's no sense to it at all. Maybe he thought it'd be self-apparent, but it's not. So then, so Batman drops the dude in the wheelchair, and he's like, "Drop it, Rosie." That's the name of the chick. But who's Rosie? Rose. I don't know who this woman is. Drop it, Rose. It's all over now. And she's all, "You got that right." Blam, blam, blam. She's got her own gun, and she's firing at Batman now? No. She's not firing at Batman. She's firing at somebody. I have no idea who the hell this is. Some random dude. She's firing at him. I guess like shoots him in the chest or the face. Batman throws a batarang. I guess there's a rope attached to it. He ties her up. The other dude in the wheelchair, Batman's like, "Gary, give it up. It's over." Picks up Rosie. Yeah, give it up, Gary. The police are here. You'll be no good to Rosie dead. Who the hell is Rosie and what the hell is going on? Maybe English is not writer's first language. Just saying, could be not knowing how to put the story together, listening to no one by. They have all the power over the issue. Just saying, it doesn't. At this point, it doesn't. It's a moot point. At this point, the story is just bonkers. At this point, doesn't make any sense. Maybe it'll explain it. I don't know. See, says the thing. I'm looking at this with 20/20 vision, and it's just not making any damn sense. Okay, so something back there. I'm not sure what. Guess what? I have no idea either. Batman's all, "I have the advantage over you. I've known Rosie and Gary a long time." Okay, so Rosie the Riveter and One Punch Gary, they're partners, Ms. Kane. Partners in what? Murder. They're professional killers both. Okay, so what the fuck, dude? So what was all that? I don't know yet. At least one of the street corner crew did something to someone. Something bad, my guess is rape. So someone hired Rosie and Gary for revenge. They worked this before. Everybody's eyes are on Rosie, so no one sees Gary coming. Oh, you freaking kidding me with this? Normally, I wouldn't get so worked up about it. Normally, I wouldn't. But after the last stream, and then what I know is coming later in the story, it's just, man, I can't take anything for granted at this point. It's still just like convoluted as all hell. Now, he does explain it. As expected, he does explain it. But here's the thing. So she's like, this is what really set me off. That girl, Batman, that scene right there. Her freaking statement. Batman, these guys are straight thugs, human predators. It's like, fuck. It sets out, once again, it paints men in this horrible light, and that's one of the things. Modern pop culture, it hates men. It's trying to destroy men. It paints them in this terrible light, left and right, and that's what's setting me off. Modern society freaking hates men, especially strong Christian white heterosexual men. I'm not saying that's what these guys are, but all these guys, bunch of white dudes, they're all bad men, they're all predators. That's not by accident that they're presented in such a manner, except for Batman, of course. He's the only good one, apparently, and Alfred. So he does explain it. They're hitmen. Oh, for fuck's sake with this. Gets even better. Batman goes on to explain that I guarantee when they get to court, he'll try to take all the weight off Rosie and put it on himself. He may be in a wheelchair, but you can always count on him to stand up. Gary's a simp. He's a freaking simp. So Rosie's going to get off scot-free, or, well, with a slap on the wrist, because the guy is going to take the blame, even though she's very much equally part of it. Saw it happen in a few industries. No, I know that stuff happens. We don't know that's what happened with this writer. it's all supposition. I mean, I'm not discounting your experiences with it. It's just his name's attached to it, and he has to take responsibility for the fact that his name is attached to this. Regardless, personally, I would never allow my name. If somebody took my story and butchered it like that, I would not allow it to happen. I would not allow my name to be attached to it. That's just me. I think that's what I'm getting at. So yeah, so these guys are they're so none of this makes any damn sense. This woman's out here in the middle of the night, a bunch of obvious looking thugs, and then Deborah Kane makes this really over the top, on the nose statement. Oh, these guys are predators. It's like, fuck you. It's the general picture that they're painting of. It's a very confused story. The writer is confused. And if he did not, in fact, write the whole thing, then he never should have allowed his name to be attached to it. And then, naturally, the guy, Gary, is going to take the blame. He's going to take the fall for Rosie, even though she's an equal partner. And who knows, maybe she's the one calling the shots. That's just simp. That's a simp right there. Gary's a simp. But Batman praises him as being a stand-up guy for taking the fall for the woman. That's feminist woke ideology right there. This is what I'm talking about. It's a very confused story. This takes place in 95. I was wondering how this got produced in 1995, at the very end of 1995, right at the start of the Great Divergence. I was actually wondering how this got published. I think I'm starting to understand. I think I'm starting to understand. It's not as black and white as it seems on the surface. It's a very strange story. It's a very strange story. They're trying to shed the light. They're trying to put the public spotlight on child sex trafficking, but there is some weird stuff going on here as far as the writing goes. Right feels the same. Everything in art and music has issues with contract, copyright, intellectual property. I don't know. It's always held the artist down when rights get purchased. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to write a story that I'm not comfortable with, that I'm not comfortable having my name attached to. He is responsible for having his name attached to this. They sign on the dotted line. That's exactly the point. They sign on the dotted line. Nobody put a gun to their head and said, hey, you need to sign this contract and write the story the way we want, or else. He's responsible for that. Like I said, I don't know shiz. I got blackballed from the medical industry for taking a moral stand. So it's difficult for me to feel sorry for people that sign their soul away knowingly. So this is it's SimCity. It's freaking SimCity. And this is a very confused story because the stuff that he's espousing here is virtuous, does in fact lead to situations such as rampant child sex trafficking or human trafficking in general. It's a very confused story. It's just actually, I've heard stories where guns were held to their heads or ones they love. Honestly, anything's possible anymore. Anything's possible anymore. And if that is the case, then I feel sorry for him. But I don't know if that's the case or not. It's just foobarred all to hell and back. At this point, I'm just building the case for. I have this vague theory in my head, and I'm just building the case for it right now. And this is actually adding fuel to the fire for it. We're just getting started here. We're almost. Yeah, I need to move this along here. Not saying this is the case, but we don't know. Maybe we will. What's happening in the real behind the scenes? Yeah. So it's a very charged topic, to say the least. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of questions, may or may not get the answers to it. No idea. I hope we do, because if we don't get the answers, that means we've gone in entirely the wrong path, entirely the wrong direction. Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. Yeah, it's like, this is like a bait and this is so freaking weird. This is so weird. I honestly wasn't sure. I was wondering, how did this get published in late 1995, right before 1996? How? Now I'm starting to understand. It's starting to make sense. It's in some ways it's a bait and switch. I bet, and I mean bet, we are just getting started. Yes, we are just getting started. That's the thing. This is issue number 1. There's 2 issues. I have number 2. We're going to be getting into it. This is just, I mean, this is getting crazy. This is getting crazy, Remy. Like, holy crap. So, okay, so, for fuck's sake. Batman takes her home. First she's rubbing elbows with Bruce Wayne. Now she's rubbing elbows with Batman. Batman takes her home. She offers him, like, coffee or something, and they're having a conversation about everything. Batman asks her, is it true there's no such thing as a born criminal? No genetic factor, I mean. It's absolutely true. The idea of the bad seed has been said. For fuck's sake with this. Holy shit, are you kidding me with this? Are you freaking kidding me with this? Holy shit. Processing. Get the little status bar when you're installing a program or something. Mine's kind of like stuck at the moment. I'm processing, getting a little bit processing. We're gonna have to get through the second issue to see exactly if this is going where I think it's going. They're pulling a bait and switch. Remember this point. Wait, side note, the flashes on and the cogs are respinning on your looks badass. Okay. For a second there you had me worried. I thought maybe there was a glitch in the matrix there, but no. No, if it looks badass, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. It's yeah, no, I was wondering how it came across on your guys' side of things, so that's good to hear. Thank you, appreciate that. Fun fact, I created this desk. I created it from a main channel Robo Squadron, and it took so much work to put this thing together. But then once I had it done, it was actually pretty easy to customize it for the House of G. So no, I'm glad it turned out. That's I love hearing that. That's great. It's like, oh. You just noticed it though. Okay, you just noticed it, didn't you? That's not a bad thing. No, if you just noticed it, it's not a bad thing. That means it was so well done. It's not glaring. It's not like gaudy looking. It means it looks fairly natural to the point where it's in your face, but you still don't notice. That's great. That's a great compliment, Remy. Thank you. It's like, definitely needed that. A nice little icebreaker from the rabbit hole we've found ourselves in. So this is where she's getting to. This is what she's getting at. So Batman's all like, yes, there are things I need to understand. Is it true there's no such thing as a born criminal? No genetic factor, I mean. And then she's all like, it's absolutely true. Of course being bad is genetic. The idea of the bad seed has been scientifically disproven from. Wait a minute, time out. Maybe I misread this, but hold on. Wait, let me. What? Is it true there's no such thing as a born criminal? It's absolutely true. The idea of the bad seed has been scientifically disproven for decades. People who oppose social programs still spout such nonsense, of course. After all, if children can be born bad, why spend. What? Wait a minute. I misunderstood it slightly, but not. It's still just hogwash. So there's. Now, when she says the idea of a bad seed has been scientifically disproven, I don't know where she's getting that from. There are kids that are bad seeds. They're bad kids. They do exist. Now, whether it's genetic, I doubt it. It's probably more of a spiritual problem. So once again, they're riding the fence. They're saying that people. Slight misunderstanding of what she was saying, but it doesn't change anything. It was given heavy, so I was in the moment and just happened to notice. It is awesome. Thank you. That's great that you see it as being an awesome thing, because I think it's pretty cool. I made it though. See, that's the thing. I made it, so I'm kind of prejudiced, biased. I think it's pretty cool. But the fact that you think it's awesome, all right, doing something right here. So, okay. Yeah. So they're saying the bad seed concept has been scientifically disproven. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Yeah. As far as a genetic predisposition for good or evil, I don't know about that. That's not something I haven't actually made up my mind on that one way or the other. For her to say that it's been scientifically disproven, that is bullshit. I'm a freaking biologist. I've never heard anything about a quote unquote evil gene or scientific evidence that there is no. Our genetics define who we are on the most smallest, most personal, intimate level. But at the same time, we are more than our genetics. That's the duality of human nature. We're both physical and spiritual creatures. And they're trying to make it out to where it's one or the other or something like that. I'm not saying people are genetically evil. Evil is not a genetic concept. Evil is a spiritual concept. However, here's the problem with what she's saying. They're conceding that evil is not in fact genetic, which without saying it, they're conceding that evil is in fact a spiritual problem. However, here's where it's riling me up here. They're using that concession as an excuse to push social programs. It's very devious, to say the least. See, if you have a spiritual problem, they're conceding that evil is a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual core, source. However, they're not saying, well, people that are evil, that have some sort of spiritual flaw, but they're broken in a spiritual level. They're not saying they need God. They're not saying they need the church. They're saying they need social programs. They're saying they need the government. Could there be gene manipulation, like what they do in the development of super soldiers, disconnected from emotions, making emotions super important? That is not genetic. That's not. See, you gotta understand that there's a difference between a genetic cause and a physiological cause. You're touching on physiological problems. They're not born that way. It is not a genetic issue. There, as human beings, we are simultaneously physical and spiritual creatures. So yes, our physical reality, the physiology of our bodies does have an impact on our behavior, but it still doesn't define us as human beings. It doesn't. There's an aspect of our brain that controls emotions, stuff like that. And if you mess with the brain, it can mess with our ability to control our emotions, to express our emotions, stuff like that. It's physiological. It's not genetic. Now, even in that case, there's still the spiritual side of us. We still have a conscience, and we still have to choose whether or not to listen to that conscience. Just because somebody might not feel emotions the way the average person does, doesn't mean that they're not capable. They can still think, hey, from a purely logical standpoint, this is probably not a good idea to do because society is not going to accept it. Society has they can still make the decision to follow the rules of society. And that's a spiritual decision. That comes from a spiritual standpoint. Making emotions super important. Playing both sides, playing to our kindnesses and fear. Now, not born that way, created or developed that way. Good explanations. Playing both sides. That's what I've been saying from the beginning, Remy. They're riding the fence. This is what they've been doing for a long time. This is taking place the very late 95. This is right smack in the middle of the Great Divergence. I was trying to figure out, I was from the beginning, I was trying to figure out how did this get made? How did this get published? And I'm starting to understand. It's a bait and switch. They're shedding a very small light on this stuff going on, and it's I'll give you a spoiler right now because we're going to be talking about it. It takes them to Southeast Asia. So it shines a light on this stuff going on in Southeast Asia. Not in America. Not in developed countries. No, Southeast Asia. But at the same time, it's making excuses and trying to paint these other things in a positive light that are not positive. They actually contribute to these problems. In America, no less. Not just in Southeast Asia. It's a bait and switch. It's smoke and mirrors. I'm starting to understand a little bit. I think it. Keep in mind, this is just me trying to make sense of stuff that just doesn't make sense. And this isn't based on a single comic book issue. We've been doing these live streams for months now, following a path, painting a picture, and it's not a good picture. This is not based on a single stream or a single issue. So so they give the caveat that evil is a spiritual problem, not a genetic problem. But then they turn around and try to justify social programs, turning to the government instead of turning to God. It's just the worst, most insidious kind of bait and switch there is. Because this thing got a lot of accolades. It got a lot of accolades. People who oppose social... Yeah, she openly says people who oppose social programs still spout such nonsense, of course. Bullshit. I believe evil is a spiritual problem, not a genetic one, and I'm still against social programs. So this whole thing is turning out to be one big old piling steam of bullshit. Steaming pile of bullshit. I'm just freaking... Sounds like CCP? Yeah, there's probably a reason for that. If criminals are made, then isn't it true abused children grow up to be criminals? This so confused. This right, it's all over the freaking place. And now they go on to state that child abuse contributes to adult criminality, but it's not that simple. Abuse can push two similarly maltreated children in opposite directions, and that is true. So this is a very strange mixture of truthfulness and bullshit. This is so freaking weird. Like I can't remember. Maybe we just need to get deeper into the story. I can't wrap my mind around this yet because there's so much conflicting stuff in here. It just doesn't make any damn sense. One incest victim becomes a promiscuous adult. Another never engages in sex again. But most victims don't become criminals. that's debatable nowadays. Because there are a lot of people out there committing crimes and they don't get caught. Strange indoctrination. Yeah, this thing is not making any sense. It's not. I expected it to be blatantly one way or the other. This thing's all over the place. It's all over the freaking map. I don't know what's going on here. But let's continue. Hopefully, maybe we'll figure this out. I'm just seriously just confused. No, there's always a choice. If you excuse a serial killer because he was tortured as a child, he disrespected thousands of children. And that I agree with. And never imitate their... I agree with that. This dude's all over the fucking place. In such a way, there's no consistency. It doesn't make any damn sense. It doesn't. And another one of these moments, which is just complete and utter horse shit. Oh, I'm sorry. So they're having this conversation. Batman's he's like, you've taught me some things. Oh, it gets even better. You have my deepest respect. One warrior's respect for another as he bows to her like a freaking simp. He's bowing. So this reminds me of Obama bowing before the Saudi king, which was just disgraceful. What is this imagery? No. He's elevating her above him. Why? Because he's a social worker. He's elevating social workers, child protective services. He's elevating the government above himself. Oh, not to mention the fact that it's no coincidence. It's not an accident that they made her a woman. Female social worker working for the government, the guardian angel of children everywhere. Parents, you should hand your children right on over to CPS. Just cut the middleman. You just don't waste time. Just do it. Just right now, right this very second. Don't wait for bad things to happen. Do not wait for bad things to happen. Grab your children right now, rush them out to CPS and hand them right over. Protect them. You got to protect your children now. Don't wait for bad things to happen. Be preemptive. Hand your children over to CPS right now before bad things happen. That's the message I'm getting. Bow down to your government readers. Yeah, I think that's what it boils down to. Fuck, this is just weird. I shouldn't be that surprised that it's this weird. It's the end of 1995. This is right smack at the beginning of the Great Divergence. It shouldn't be a surprise that it's this weird. The reason it's surprising me is because of the subject matter. We're talking about child sex trafficking in Southeast Asia. That's why it's such a surprise. Because it's like, I was not expecting this from that kind of story arc. Government, come read us. I gotcha. Poverty doesn't cause crime. People's cause crime. The maltreatment of children is the greatest single contributor to a later criminal behavior. That could arguably be true. But I think they're still... This story is just all over the damn place. Scotty's just a baby. He could be hurt real bad. What? I love him. And then it gives these little snapshots that are supposed to be horrific, but it just doesn't make sense. It knows best. It wants this to be acceptable. Wrong. It will never be acceptable. Creeps. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Remy. Fuck, man. But let's get through the whole thing before we got to get through the whole thing just to find out exactly what he's... In order to understand everything he's trying to say, at least have any hope of understanding it, we got to get through the whole thing. We're already at freaking 2 hours. Jiminy Cricket, are you serious with this? That's it. Alfred convicts in custody. The man I'm looking for will still be inside, no doubt about it. Mask who? The middleman? Yes, of course. Boom, boom, boom. Hellgate. Prison. What? 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 What is this? What? This is getting creepy, man. What? What? This is just getting creepy. Take notes and Scott said, I will. This is getting creepy. I mean, fucking creepy. And this is Batman doing this, no less. That just makes it even creepier. Okay, so apparently Batman has and don't ask me how he did this. I have no freaking clue. How? Let me try make sure I'm understanding this. How is he doing? I don't even know how he's doing this. The new program had Alfred installed. The Perry trauma scale measures past trauma in a subject, but it doesn't really explain. It is now used in all child abuse screenings. Probe, switch to video, switch to thermal. So he's got some sort of probe in the prison, Hellgate prison. It's a hardcore maximum security prison. Him and Alfred are checking this stuff out. He's got some sort of probe. So he's able to monitor prisoners and somehow he's able to monitor their stats and everything. So he knows this guy's sleeping. He knows he's in deep sleep, REM sleep. He's dreaming. And he's got some sort of program that measures their data, biodata or something like that. And the program is saying run. And it's got some information, B cubed 71 CNR. B means the second distinct life stage between 2 and 4 years old. 71 is the degree of severity. So apparently it's pretty severe. It's chronic as opposed to episodic. Oh, C, it's chronic. NR, it's not repressed. Something happened to the middleman when he was a young child. Something deeply traumatic. And whatever it was, it's still on. So somehow he's got some sort of probe on this guy that when it picks up biodata. So when he's sleeping and he's gathering all his biodata, I mean, it's freaking creepy. Weird. Sounds like a med bed. Except that it's not a med bed. It's some sort of probe that he's got in the prison that can do this. It's just fucking creepy. It's creepy. Like they're trying to use it to move the story forward, but the entire concept is just freaking creepy. And the fact that they have Batman use it, here's the thing. They've got Batman using this technology to make it seem like it's cool. Oh, Batman's using it, so it must be a good thing. I'm sorry, I don't care if it's Batman, it's fucking creepy. Especially in this context. In the context of the story. See, if they had presented this type of technology in a Batman story that was just a normal Batman story, it might have flown under the radar more. But under the context of the story and stuff we're looking at with 2020 vision and all the stuff that's going on in the world today, when you add it together, it's a problem. It paints a very different picture. 1995, 26 years ago, I missed all this. 26 years ago, I was focused on the child sex trafficking. That's what I was focused on. And all this stuff up, I was like, it's all for the children, the good of the children. So back in the day when I read this, I didn't have a problem with it. Even if I thought it was kind of weird, which I don't remember if I thinking it was weird, but Batman, let's play Dr. Creep. Yeah, back in the day, it was Batman. Batman's doing this, so it's okay. It's okay. It's good because it's Batman. Now, 26 years of hindsight, that 2020 vision, and all the stuff going on in the modern world on top of everything, this is fucking creepy, man. So he goes to the prison. I guess he wants to talk to this guy. I don't know why he wants to talk to this guy. Yeah, he's got all this technology he's using. He's trying to get to the prison to talk to this guy. I'm not even sure why. That's the middleman. He's the prisoner. So he's using all of this technology to get to him and whatnot. Yeah, so they're using the Batman to make all of this technology seem cool and unobtrusive. It's okay. It's good stuff. It's good technology. But that freaking, what he was doing with the biodata and everything, that's just creepy. I would not be okay with that. Just fucking creepy. So he's wakes the guy up. He's trying. Okay, so this guy, this criminal, he's called the middleman because he knows how to find stuff to connect people with stuff that they're looking for. And he's talking to this guy because he wants the middleman to tell him where to look. He's looking for a starting point for the. I know there's a market for anything if you know where to look. So Batman's getting sucked into the trafficking thing. That's what I'm talking about. They're putting the spotlight out over here to get you all riled up and be like, oh, this is a good story because he's fighting this thing that's happening in this faraway country. But at the same time, they're mixing all this other stuff in that's just not good. Smoke and mirrors. You're so focused over here that you don't realize what's going on over here, even though it's right in front of your eyes. And then it pretty much drops off the radar after the story's over. Like, oh, we read the story. It's just a story, you know. Because here's the thing, it's comic books. People don't take comic books seriously. Pop culture matters. Like I always say, pop culture matters. It's a comic book. The average person doesn't pay attention to comic books. Usually. The MCU maybe possibly change that. Got a lot of people that never read a comic book and they love the movies. But they were able to slip this stuff in here. And the average person has no idea. But so he's grilling this guy. He wants the information. The guy's like, there's 3 ways. You can sell pictures of the kids. You can sell the kids services. Or you can sell the kids outright. This is the middleman talking. Kiddie porn, there's a big market for that. The child molesters, baby rapers, pedophiles, whatever you want to call them, I call them freaks, okay? This is the middleman speaking. They can't get enough of this stuff. Hell, the market's so good. There's people in it now who ain't freaks themselves, you know? Big drug dealers aren't addicts, right? Same with kiddie porn. It's a business, man. Kiddie prostitution, big, but it ain't big as porn. Kids get used up pretty quick in that life. And that's the focus of the story. This story is all over the place, folks. It doesn't make any sense. That is the focus of the story. That's what I was focused on when I picked up these 2 issues. That's what I was focused on. I wasn't focused on this other stuff that we've gone over. That's what I was focused on. My attention was over here. I completely missed all the stuff that was over here. Now it's not the case. Now it's a different story here. That's why this whole freaking story is confusing. How can they have the focus, this kind of focus, while pushing this stuff over here? It's very confusing, extremely confusing. They're propping up CPS as this guardian angel organization when CPS is part of the problem. When CPS is part of how this is able to happen in America. It's extremely confusing, to say the least. There's worse than that, though. Some freaks are satisfied with just renting a kid. They want to buy one. That's the middleman talking. Batman's all like to keep, like a black market adoption. The middleman is all nah, to use any way they want. And when they're done, they just throw them away. Batman, you mean? Middleman, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And it's true. This isn't just a comic book. This is based on stuff that happens in real life, and it's been going on for a long time. Pretty much since the beginning of time, to one degree or another. And right now, it's at a pretty bad degree, to say the least. Most people don't even know it. Or if they have any inkling of it, they have no idea how bad it really is. And this is the connection with the previous House of G. Those X-Men issues, X-Men 2099, they were written right about the same time. Not that far apart. So yeah, he's getting... So he's getting information from this guy about the market, the industry in general, the child trafficking industry. And he gets specific information about a guy named Draco, arranges kiddie sex tours out of the country, charges a fortune for it too. So yeah, it makes it out to where the stuff doesn't happen in America. It happens in other countries. It doesn't happen in America. It happens in other places, faraway places. We don't have that problem here. No. We don't have that problem here in America. No, this is all overseas, which is a lie. It was a lie then, and it's a bigger lie now. We're really starting to get into the heart of this House of G here. Let's put it that way. So, Batman gets his information out of him. He's having a talk with, next day, he's doing his thing, talking with Alfred and whatnot. They're having a dialogue about all this stuff that's going on. Mother of Murgatroyd. Totally meant to do that. Not really. Alfred says something that Bruce's father said once. A man must stand. If there's only one man, then that man must stand alone. And I cannot agree with that more. That's why I'm here today. That's why I've struck off on my own here. What I'm doing, it's not going to be popular. I don't ever expect it to be popular. But I cannot bring myself to not talk about this stuff. So if I'm forever speaking to the voids, so be it. What? What? So Alfred pulls out Bruce's mother's journal, personal journal, before she, her and her husband, before his parents were both murdered. So he pulls out this journal that was hers, and he reads it. And this is Bruce, Batman speaking. My mother was an investigative sociologist. Really? They're kind of stretching with this one, but okay. It's I think this story is supposed to be like a standalone thing. I don't know if it's supposed to be part of like the actual real the core Batman universe. It might be like an Elseworlds type story, possibly. So in that case, they would take that liberty with his mother. Investigative sociologist uncovering an international ring of pedophiles. She tracked it all up from the roots, the procurers, the photographers, the distributors, everything I never knew. Your mother, and then Alfred, your mother didn't want you to know, Master Bruce. She was in great danger. The people she was after would stop at nothing to neutralize her. As the public thinks of Bruce Wayne as a playboy, they thought of your mother as a housewife. Only your father and I knew the truth. Bruce, but if she knew these people were Alfred, she knew some of the people involved. She was the first to understand in the organizational capabilities of those who prey on children. Your mother knew molesters had developed an intricate network that allowed them to manufacture and distribute their filth. The pedophiles had their networks built, but your mother and her colleagues had theirs as well. They tracked the offenders, monitored their activities. Her work never ceased. Master Bruce, she knew the dangers all too well, but she was a woman of great courage, and she would not be deterred from her mission. Bruce, so my mother was a Alfred, a crime fighter, sir, a crime fighter with a secret. A little bit on the nose. Like they're going for the heartstrings. They're going hard to like. Don't get distracted by the shiny. Don't get distracted. Obviously, they're going for the heartstrings. They're like boom, suck you in the gut and pulling those heartstrings and pulling on them so hard that Batman, Bruce Wayne, he starts to cry. Now, it is only one or two panels. 2 panels, to be exact. One where he's blatantly showing him eyes squeezed shut. He's just crying. And then he puts his head down because he can't take it anymore. He puts his head down and just starts to weep. So it's only 2 panels. So at least they made it brief. But there's this is where the great divergence begins. Recently, within the last 10 years, there was something with DC comic books, the DC universe, where they went into the trauma of all these superheroes. Absolutely ridiculous. There was this one panel, I think it was like a full page, Bruce Wayne, Batman, and he's all like, it's literally like some freaking psychiatrist group discussion thing, like an Alcoholics Anonymous type deal. They come in and they sit down. They're all like they're like telling their deepest, darkest. What the fuck? And it shows Batman. He walks in and sits down. He's like, I forget exactly what he said. But he's like, it had to do with losing Robin being killed by the Joker. And he's like, it's just, it was so just like beta. It was so freaking beta. So soy boy. And it was an entire panel of Bruce/Batman crying. An entire fucking page. This is where it begins. It starts off innocuously enough. Some deep, heartfelt connection with his mother. It's only 2 panels. And then it gets back to business. But that's where it begins. Trauma initiation, straight demonic. Well, yeah, that's kind of where it's getting at with this whole thing with criminals. They're traumatized as children. They don't specifically say demonic or nothing like that. Trying to normalize trauma. I don't know if it's trying to normalize trauma at this point. It is trying to, I don't know. It is trying to use trauma to distract you. Let's put it that way. It's trying to use the trauma to distract you from all the other stuff that they're shoehorning in there. And then, it gets back to business. They're in the Batcave. Batman's searching the names for all the people from his mother's journal, and they're all dead. Like they're all dead, not just his mom and dad. Like all these people are dead. They're connected to this, the efforts to stop this child trafficking ring. They're all dead, and that is actually believable, as far as this, being a story goes. That's only 3 are possibly alive, possibly still alive. 1 for certain. So he doesn't have a whole lot of leads as far as that aspect goes. Wait a minute. Hold on. Apparently, so he's looking at this list of people, and this is Bruce Batman. The last name, my mother's killer, Joe Chill, is on this list. It's freaking forked, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely forked. Connected to the Clintons, which I was kidding. No, yeah, exactly. We're not allowed to say that here on YouTube. Shh, we can't talk about the Clintons like that. Shh. See, yeah, Joe Chill's name is on this list. I think he's supposed to be dead at this point, but yeah. So what they're painting, the picture that they're painting, is that his parents were actually killed because his mother was involved in this, exposing the whole child trafficking thing. This is where they're getting at. So that makes me wonder if this is part of the main continuity, or if this is like an Elseworlds type story. I'm thinking it's like an Elseworlds type story. So that's what they're going. That's what they're going for here. Why would the head of the sex crimes unit be asking about the hunt for my parents' murderer? Besides, Alfred, he was the one who... Wait a minute, what? So apparently the detective, or the head of the sex crimes unit, was asking about the hunt for his parents' murder. Which would only make sense as if there was a connection with his mom and stuff like that. The Flintstone. They were in office then, right, or thereabouts. I know he was president at some point in the 90s. I don't remember exactly the years. It's a good question, actually. No, that's actually a good point regarding Clinton's time in office. Gonna have to look that up. Now, this doesn't talk about presidents or the U.S. government. This is talking about, when it comes to trafficking, it's talking about the actual acts are taking place in a different country altogether. The kids are being kidnapped from America, but they're being shipped off to another country. It's not talking about stuff happening here. The acts, well, I mean, you had the kids being abused and stuff like that. But when it comes to the ring itself, they're being shipped off to other countries. And once the kids are sold off or whatever, they're being sold off and shipped off. They're focusing on Southeast Asia. So they're not pointing fingers at our government at this point. Remember, the CPS is the guardian angel of these children. So he's connecting the dots that this lieutenant of the sex crime units was actually part of the problem. And it looks like the lieutenant might have had something to do with ordering the hit, or at least paying for the hit, on his parents, specifically his mother. Of what? show you here in a second. 1993, 2001. That does not surprise me. Keep in mind, the great divergence in comic books took place 95, 96. Wow, sounds like a really accurate description of how we are just discovering it is done or even exists. Bingo. See, the last House of G took a dark, disturbing turn, and this one was just getting even darker. Fuck's sake, man. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still got a whole nother issue to go through. Let me point this part out. Oh, gosh. So this. Like I said, this thing's all over the place. This is a very confused story. It's very confused. It dives into this what I'm about to show you, it dives very heavily into like feminist stuff, where Batman's not the real hero, or at least he wasn't the start of this heroic thing. It was the woman. Obviously, it was the woman, because women are the real heroes. They're the real inspiration behind heroic men. This is the message they're trying to say. So he's connecting these dots and whatnot. His mother is actually a secret crime fighter. His father apparently had nothing to do with it. And so the mother, the woman, is the true inspiration behind Batman, apparently. This is what they're trying to say. And he's having this conversation with Alfred, this big, huge thing, this heroic splash page. I mean, look how badass that looks, that badass Batman. But wait, hold on. Just stop the presses. All my life, I've searched for meaning in the death of my parents. In their honor, I've devoted my life to fighting crime. But I haven't been fighting crime, Alfred. I've been fighting criminals. Now I know they're not the same. I've wondered why I became alive only as the Batman. Now I know Bruce Wayne is a hollow man, a convenient disguise. The Batman is a warrior. I am a warrior. From a descended warrior. From a warrior descendant. Son of a bitch, I butchered that. There was lots of warriors in the sentence. Let me try that again. The Batman is a warrior. I am a warrior. From a warrior descended. The criminal underworld has always feared me from this moment on. What they need to fear is my mother. The completion of my mother's work. What the fuck? What? This dude's confused, man. He's confused. He's going after freaking child sex trafficking in Southeast Asia, but then he's doing all this other stuff that's like pro-feminist, woke stuff, pro-government, pro-CPS, that has all made the child sex trafficking a possibility, let alone a reality. It's lifting his mother up onto this pedestal way above Batman. Do you understand? Do you understand what's going on here? Batman's not responsible for being Batman. Batman's not the real hero. His mother's the real hero. He's just an extension of his mother. I mean, they openly say it. What they need to fear is my mother. This isn't supposition. I'm not making leaps of logic. It's literally right there on the page. What they need to fear is my mother. What the fuck, dude? This dude's all over the place. I've been fighting my hormones? What? I've been fighting my hormones? I don't know what I've been fighting my hormones? What? Where'd that come from? Sounds also a little like Norman Bates. Geez, I don't know. Yeah, Norman Bates. That's a perfect example. Mama's boy. Big old mama's boy. See, for all you Batman fans out there, you've got it. You've had it wrong this entire time. You shouldn't be an alpha male. You need to be a mama's boy. Because your mama's the real hero. Not you. No. You as a man, you are not the real hero. No. Your mama's the real hero. Your mama's the real warrior. What they need to fear is my mother. Are you fucking kidding me with this? What is going on? The story is all over the place. It's all over the place. It's contradictory. It's riding the fence. It's speaking out of both sides of them. It's baiting and switching, smoke and mirrors. It wants your attention over here while the real thing is going on over here that it doesn't want you paying attention to. It's a form of brainwashing. This is a form of brainwashing here, folks. I've had people trying to gaslight me my entire life. I'm speaking from experience. This is gaslighting and brainwashing. And it's so obvious at this point. Back in the day, 26 years ago, I read this. I had no idea. I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't know what I was reading. I was focused on, Batman's he's gonna break up some child sex trafficking. He's gonna go to another country, beat these bad guys on. These weren't fantastic criminals. The Joker wasn't the Riddler, the Catwoman. It wasn't the Penguin. No. These were real people, real bad guys, real life bad guys. Batman's going after the real bad guys. That's what I was focused on 26 years ago. None of this other stuff registered. Not until 26 years later. I've got the 2020 focals on. It took 26 years for me to see it. This is nuts. This is nuts. Honestly, no, I was expecting this to be pretty good, like across the board. I was wondering how it got published in late 1995, right smack at the start of the Great Divergence. But I expected it to be good across the board. This thing's nuts, man. It's freaking nuts. It's all over the place. So he goes to Cambridge Mews, an exclusive suburb 10 miles from Gotham City. So it's a suburb of Gotham City. It's supposed to be a really nice, well-to-do place, whatever. Home of Alexander Horn. So this is the retired police lieutenant that was responsible for the murder of his parents, I guess. This guy's got, for a retired police officer, he's got a pretty nice home. Batman breaks in. So naturally, this guy's still a sleazeball. Yeah, he's got posters of naked women on his bedroom wall, stuff like that. He's got this pretty little thing that he's about to, just be all sleazy towards. That's, man being attracted to a woman, that's perfectly natural. That's not a problem. It's the setup, the context, the scene, the other factors going on. They just now looking at this, she seems to be a adult woman. Is the guy sleazeball? Yeah, he's a sleazeball, but she doesn't appear to be a child. So Batman jumps in, he freaking breaks in everything, does his thing. He puts the guy in his place. The guy tries to pull a gun. Batman's like, knock it off before I really hurt you, whatever. He's like, I want answers to questions. I want answers. Ha 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 ha. Wait, not even funny. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I missed the other part. Or enters into a drag show contest or reads a book in the library in drag. Aha. Wait, no, that's not funny at all. That stuff is just, have you seen the videos of the drags queen story hours in the libraries? It's demonic, horrific. And yet parents willingly take their kids to it. The stuff I've seen on those videos is just, it counts as child pornography. And yet nobody's prosecuted for it. This stuff keeps happening. We're talking about now. If somebody's watching this and you're wondering what you stumbled into, we're talking about comic books here, folks. We're talking about comic books. We're talking about comic books from 1995, November 1995. We're talking about comic books. Make no mistake. If you're expecting a pop culture geek type channel, well, this is it. This is a pop culture. We're talking about comic books here. Horror show, demented. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's a freaking horror show. So he's talking to this guy. He's getting information out of him. Joe Chill, who paid you to kill him? I know. Okay, so apparently the lieutenant was not involved in his parents' murder, but the Joe Chill's murder? I know about Barbara Slocum. I know about you, and I know about the payouts. I'm only asking once, Horton. Who paid you? Hey, okay, it was a job. A job I got paid to do. That's all. Chill did a hit for the Slocum. Okay, so the Slocum chick is the one that had his parents killed. This cop was the dirty cop, the go-between. He didn't do the job. He hired some. Well, no, he took care of the guy that did the job. Who did Chill murder? Some nosy society, Martha Wayne, I think it was, getting in the way of Slocum's business. Hell, you got any idea how much money there is in kiddie porn? You got a business like that, you got to protect it. Understand? Chill pulled it off, then got scared, so I had to do him. Barbara Slocum too? That wasn't a suicide, was it? Yeah, I had to do it. The top guy said it was her or me. The top guy? Her uncle. Or anyway, that's what she called him. Malady, Malady, his name was. He split a long time ago. Took off for what? Asia or somewhere? You know, you knew what you were doing, Horton. You knew these people were raping children and taking pictures. Yeah, I mean, hey, I wouldn't do anything like that myself. As far as I'm concerned, those clowns are a bunch of perverts. That it? You want to know anything else? Batman, no. And then he disappears. And then the cop, hey, you stupid Miznatch, you forgot you were a or something. Okay, so she's a prostitute. She's a prostitute. Don't just stand there and give me a drink. What a chump, best deal ever made. When the Batman says something's off the record, that's it. Before he even starts tracking down all that stuff, I told him I'll be on the beach in Rio. Hey, Rhonda, what are you doing? Where the hell did you go? I'm right here, Alex. You're the one who's going. I don't know. Yeah, I doubt this very much. This is... what's in your wallet? What's in your cereal? How about what's in your kids' comic books? Yeah. Well, this isn't necessarily written for kids, but yeah, kids do like Batman. I loved Batman as a kid. But that was before the great divergence, so I got lucky. So Batman, he gets these answers. He gets some answers out of the guy, but the guy forgets that the chick is she's a prostitute. But apparently she's a prostitute with a heart of gold. So I'm calling bullshit on this. She's listening to the whole thing, and she realizes what kind of guy this guy really is. So she picks up the gun, and obviously the implication is that she's about to cap his ass. I'm calling bullshit on that. It's supposed to be like a feel-good thing. Like I said, this is highly manipulative, folks. This is highly manipulative. You're so focused on the core of the story, but Batman is fighting real-life type bad guys engaging in human child sex trafficking. You're so focused on that, you don't notice some of this other stuff. I didn't 26 years ago. And that's the end of the first one. That's just the first one. So, see this back and board. Let's get going here. Prostitution. Yeah. Hey, this prostitute was... I'm sorry. No. She's a freaking prostitute. Come on. There's no way she's going to do something like that. They're trying to paint the prostitute as a good guy. She may be a prostitute, but at least she doesn't traffic in children. Like, yeah, people might be surprised at how much of a connection there really is. Now, I'm not... It's just ridiculous. That scene was just ridiculous. Plain and simple. So here we have Batman the Ultimate Evil #2. An adaptation of the novel by Andrew Vaughn. Now, I am curious to read the novel to see exactly how... Okay, so this is really well planned. The book and these comics came out at the same time. They were published at the same time. This was well coordinated by DC. It was very well coordinated. And there was something else too. There's something else that came out with it. Audio something or I don't know. There was something else. It was very coordinated. This is at the time of the great divergence, as we've learned, pretty much smack middle in the presidency of one Bill Clinton. If I remember correctly, Democrats had control of the government at that point. Full control. If I remember correctly. No, wait. Maybe not. I think at some point. But will I last on that? I would have to look that up. Because I know at some point Clinton was president, but then like Republicans did have control for a while, but I don't think they had control for the entirety of his presidency. At some point, Democrats. I don't know. Like I said, blame last on that. I would have to look that up. So here we go. Issue number 2. Boom, boom, boom. The story continues here. Let's go and dive into it. Let's get rocking and rolling here. Prostitution is accepted. Yes, just trying. Oh, prostitution is not that bad. It's not child sex trafficking. What? Holy shit. His name is Sherwood Trask, GCPD, Commander, Intensive Supervision Team. Decorated for everything from heroism under fire to tracking down a serial child molester. A bit unconventional, Gordon said when he set up the meeting, but there's nobody better. So apparently this is supposed to be a good guy. Batman is meeting this. He's a cop, and he's meeting him on a rooftop. He wants to get some information from the guy. So Batman's getting deep into this whole child trafficking thing, and so apparently this cop is one of the good ones, from what I can gather. I'm sorry, what? So the cop is saying, you want to know about Leonard Tuxley. Okay, he is or was a chronic child molester. Batman, a pedophile, question mark? The cop, no, that's their word, not ours. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Child molester, pedophile? One and the same, if you ask me. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. This is the cop speaking. The definition of pedophile is lover of children, understand? He's trying to make a distinction. A very disturbing distinction. Here's what he's trying to say. He's saying it's okay to love children, which, by context matters. Context matters. I love kids. Kids are great. They're fun. They're hilarious. They can be bratty. I love them in a platonic, godly manner. Pedophilia, sexual. Yes, the strict translation of the word pedophilia is lover of children. But when it comes to pedophilia, it's lover meaning sex. Lover. When a man and woman are having sex, they're known as lovers. Lover of children. They're having sex with children. It fits. Pedophilia. Pedophile fits. Kids are great. I love kids. I'm not a fucking pedophile. So what the hell is this cop talking about? trying to destigma. Fuck. It's one of those words I'm used to reading it, not saying it out loud. Destigmatize pedophilia, the word pedophile. They're trying to destigmatize the word pedophile. What the fuck, man? I try not to cuss and stuff. I try not to get rubble. What the fuck, man? What the hell is going on here? Just when I think it can't get any jankier, weirder, it does. This is supposed to be anti-child sex trafficking, and they're trying to destigmatize the word pedophile. What? It's right here. Let me show you. I'm not making this up. See if hopefully this will focus. Like, come on. It's right there. The top, right there, that bottom, the word bubble at the bottom. Wait, oh, it's almost there. The definition of pedophile is lover of children. I'm not making this up. It's right there in black and white. It's right there. They're trying to destigmatize the word pedophile. Right here in Batman. I think the first one was November. Well, the book was released in November. It was supposed to be released simultaneously, so that one should have been November. So I guess this one might have been December of 1995. They were both 1995. Maria Coburn, they're calling it a map or minor attracted person, which is what? Yeah, no, they're coming up with all kinds of fun new names to label these people and destigmatize pedophilia. Maria, you gotta understand something. This is 1995. Batman, 1995. They were doing this back in 1995. Remy, get ready when the stories come out. They already have put it out there. That is a lifestyle choice. Yeah, they're pushing. That's what they're pushing. It's a lifestyle choice. They're trying to They've been trying to destigmatize it since 1995 and beyond. They will fail on so many levels. Yes, Maria, correct. Yeah, I agree with you. No, I agree with you. They're not gonna win this. Maria, I don't know if you got a chance to watch The Last House of G, but you should check it out because it ties into this one pretty directly. I've got a theory that's forming in my head. Holy shit. That's not how I expected the second issue to start. Mother Murgatroyd. Tuxton was a computer expert. He'd videotape children in a Little League game, whatever. Then he digitalized the tape. It's the latest thing. Interact. What? Tap the right keys. The kid does whatever you want. That's just disgusting. What? So that's the thing. They put this stuff in here that's shocking and disgusting. It's like talking about interactive kiddie porn, stuff like that. It's so disgusting and horrific that you're not paying attention to the other stuff. You're so horrified by that, which isn't a revelation. That's not a revelation. It's horrific because people don't know what. So you're so horrified by it. You're not paying attention to the fact that they're trying to destigmatize the word pedophile. It's some freaking twisted stuff here. So what's going on here? Wait a minute. So Deborah Kane's on a... No. Bruce is on the plane. Wait. So Bruce is on a plane. I'm assuming he's heading to Southeast Asia. San Francisco? No, he's going to San Francisco. Okay. So Bruce gets on a plane. He's on a mission now. Yeah, he's a man on a mission at this point. Especially since his parents' murder are directly tied to this at this point. So I'm thinking this is like an Elseworlds type story. He's in San Francisco. He's tracking somebody down, something like that. My theory is simple: destroy the child, therefore the family unit, which is classic Divine Conquer. No, yeah, that's as far as the real world aspect that goes. That is accurate. But we're doing some deep dive pop culture archaeology into the comic books. Well, we're doing deep dive archaeology into pop culture in general, but right now we're specifically focused on comic books, and we're unraveling a pretty disturbing connection and trend that's been going on for 20, 30 years. That's what we're doing here. I understand that the D something L is required by God to announce his intentions outright and blatantly somewhere. What? Oh, the devil is required. You can say devil. You can say devil. You don't have to make people work for it. Yeah, it's getting pretty blatant. No doubt about that. So Bruce is in San Francisco looking for somebody. He's tracking this down. He's trying to. Okay, so the that chick. Fuck, what was her name? Some chick. She was responsible for his mother's, and by extension, his father's death. But she works for somebody else that she referred to as uncle. So he's trying to track down this uncle guy. Now, he's not going to be able to wipe out human trafficking, but this is personal for him. So he's trying to track down the people responsible for his parents' death, specifically his mother, because they don't need to fear Batman; they need to fear his mother. What? What? Somewhere. How did no one notice this before? Because nobody's been looking. Remy. Okay. Maria, sorry, not Remy. Maria. Let me kind of bring you up to speed. So I'm a lifelong geek and gamer. When I bought this back in 1995, when it first came out. I didn't see it because nobody was looking. Nobody was expecting it. 26 years ago. Okay, so modern pop culture, it's called the woke agenda. That's the popular term for it, but it's been around for a very long time. Around 95, 96, there was a great divergence. This agenda completely took over. It was there before 95, but something happened 95, 96. It was the great divergence, and they took over completely in terms of comic books. They took over. So that's nobody saw it coming. No, when being a lifelong comic book fan, a lifelong geek, I always took it at face value. It's a story about child sex. Batman is fighting child sex trafficking. That was the story. That's all I focused on. I didn't know anything about this other stuff. It was just part of the story. I didn't pay that much attention to it. I was focused on Batman fighting the child sex trafficking. That's what I was focused on. And that's what everybody else was focused on. 26 years later, I got the 2020 vision. Got those goggles on, those hindsight goggles. 2020 vision. Plus all the stuff going on today. Back in the day, it was just a story. Now, it's something else. Haha, I didn't mean to make you wonder. Just didn't want to give any credit by mentioning my name. No, it's all good. It's all good. Just it took me a second to figure out. I haven't seen that one before with the deal. So it took me a second. In reviewing movies and song lyrics, I'm finding more and more that has not been seen before. Maybe we were a couple of more. Well, okay. So they've got the theory that you put the frog in the pot of water. You very slowly turn up the heat, and the frog doesn't notice that it's being boiled alive. Which is a very flawed analogy because at some point the frog does notice the rise in temperature. And they have done actual experiments on this, like real scientific experiments. They put frogs in a pot of water, incrementally raise the temperature. At some point, the frog realizes there's a problem and leaps out of the pot of water before it can boil alive. So the analogy is a flawed one. They've been slowly increasing the temperature over the last 30 years. And then some. Actually, It's been going on longer than that, but it's become more apparent over the last 30. We're getting to the point where we're just now starting to realize that the water is getting kind of hot. These people have been these people are insidious. They're not stupid. These people are not stupid. We're talking about like brainwashing and stuff like that. Bait and switch, conditioning. They're very good at it. And you got to keep something in mind. The people behind this, they've learned from people before. They've done it before. And there have been bad people doing this since the dawn of time. This information has been passed down for a very long time. In one form or another. Blinded, distracted, so it's another lie. They tell us about the frogs, so many lies. No, yeah, it's lie upon lie upon lie, and that's how the devil works. He's the father of lies, the prince of lies. This is satanic. If you want to get it down, it's satanic in nature. And get down to brass tacks. So yeah, that's how it's been flying under the radar for 30 plus years, and we're just. I gave up on I left comic books in 2012. I was awake enough at that point. I was like, this is no good. I'm not spending my money on this anymore. I'm not going to be part of this anymore. It took most people a little bit longer, but they're getting there. And now that I'm doing the stream, the only reason I'm seeing this stuff is because I'm doing the stream. It's the only reason. Otherwise my comic book collection would be gathering dust. I wouldn't be going through it like this with a fine-tooth comb. This channel is the only reason I'm even realizing this. I started this for entertainment, and holy freaking crap. Like, this has taken such a crazy turn. Like, I never would have guessed. This is nuts. So many lies. Black magic. I have no doubt there's some black magic going on. So Batman, Bruce is doing his thing. He's trying to track down, person after person. He gets, a new piece of information from them, follows that lead, gets more information from that next person. So he's doing that thing. He's in disguise, trying to, wait a minute, hold on. What? Wait, what? Oh, so he's getting information from this guy. He's describing the process that goes on with this, it is a community. It's a very evil community, but it's a community nonetheless. He's describing the process that it takes to get into this community. And he finally reveals the secret that in order to get into this community, you have to have sex with a child and have it recorded on videotape. They call it the acid test, and it's mutually assured destruction. I almost forgot something there. We are now on issue 2. Boom. If you thought last House of G was dark, holy shit, I was not prepared for this one. So in order for Bruce to continue his investigation, he has to convince them that he's one of them. What? This guy has all this information, but I'm not... How does he know all this? Wait, hold on. Wait. Huh? I don't know. He's making some point. Doesn't even make sense. Whatever. Not even going to dwell on it there. There's a line in a comic I got a few years ago that refers to crime as the religion of crime. There it is. The religion of crime. I can see that. there in DC Comics, there's back in the day at least, there were some criminal characters, villains. There were criminal like gangster types. They had a crime Bible, and it makes sense because I mean, if you want to get biblical about it, who's the source of crime? That'd be Satan, the devil. So there are some people that they're criminals and they're just criminals. They break the law. They might not openly worship the devil or something like that. But then there are people that do worship the devil. I can see crime being considered the religion of crime. That does make sense. Elite Masonic rituals. I've heard. It is their religion. They have to do worse and worse, but evil upon evil, darker and darker, darkest to get to the top. Yeah, that makes sense. This is a comic printed 2 years ago. Okay. No, yeah. That's my point though. Is that even back in the day, we're talking like 23 years ago. It was in DC. The DC Universe Online video game actually had it in the video game. Some of the characters, they had a crime Bible, and the goal. I forget. You could play as a supervillain or a superhero. I forget which one it was. If you were playing as a hero or a villain, one of them had a thing where you're going after the crime Bible. So it's like it's been around. The point is that it's been around a while. Ill human. Not. He cracked me up, bro. Just FYI. I don't care about YouTube algorithms on this channel. I don't care anymore. I'm done walking on eggshells. I am done beating around the bush. I don't care. So don't be afraid to put it out there. Don't be afraid to put it out there. That's just an FYI. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, that's fine. I'm not pushing you to. I'm just letting you know. I'm not worried about it. So it's up to you. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about the channel. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. So yeah, I think Bruce is trying to find this guy that the other guy was talking about. What? Huh? What? I don't know. He's on a beach. This is the next guy in the chain. He's talking to him. Let's see what they're talking about exactly. No need to fence around, Mr. Alden. My name is Morad. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, they're talking about having specific tastes in stuff. I'm interested in opportunities of certain nature in Udon Kai. I was hoping, my dear fellow, you were not dealing with that paranoid Draco. There is no need for all this euphemism. You wish to enjoy the company of children. Yes. ? Boys or girls? ? Girls. Well, then okay, so this guy's just being direct and to the point. $10,000. Sir, I'm talking about a pure virgin, a child that no one has ever touched. And although that special moment comes only once, you have the use of the child for 24 hours. And this is legal, Murad. Perfectly legal. Sir, legality is a creature of the moment. In Udon Kai, the age of consent is 12. However, if you should require one much younger, there would simply be a additional cost involved. Bruce, undercover. This is undercover Bruce. He's not actually looking to do this. He's undercover, trying to get information, trying to follow the trail. Seriously wonder how many copies have sold. I want to research. Hold, please. Well, we're already 3 hours in, so I can't hold Remy, unfortunately. But if you want to look that up, go for it. I bought this. No, I will tell you this. You bring that up, the number of copies sold. I bought this thinking this is going to be a great story about Batman going after, real life type criminals, child sex. I was just the concept of the story. It was like, yeah, I'll buy that. I'll read that. That's how they do it. They bait and switch it. They get you excited about this. They want you focused over here on this. Oh, this great story here, but they don't want you focusing on these details over here. And the story is so shocking. You're not paying attention to the details over here, and that's by design. Well, no, don't be disgusted about it, Remy, because these people are very good at what they do. They were very good at what they do. Manipulation, brainwashing, smoke and mirrors. They're very good at it. Don't be disgusted by it, Remy. Okay? I ain't stupid. And I'm not like that. I'm not this kind of person. They had me fooled. Just don't be. It's their goal was to bait and switch people. Their goal was to fool people, and they were successful at it. Now, in that regard, that's disgusting. These people that are responsible for it, they're disgusting. The fact that people bought this, that's not disgusting. That's human nature, because people want to root for the good guy. Wait a minute. It says the writer is an attorney dealing in child abuse cases. Wow. Okay. That's that would explain where he got all of his information, his knowledge about this. But doesn't explain all of this other stuff going on in the story. Like I said, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt to an extent. But there's been some weird stuff. The story's all over the place. It's all over the place. It's not cut and dry, I can tell you that much. So Bruce is, he's trying to convince this guy that he's looking for a virgin child. And, okay, go to the address providing, ask for Bob Poe, give him this card. So he gives him a card to give this guy, but I don't know if... What? Hold on, I missed something. I think I missed something. Hold on. Did I miss something here? Because in order for Bruce to get any further into this ring, he has to convince them he's one of them by making a video. But it's not really... I don't know if it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Right? Because I think... What? Or if they just gloss right over it. What? Let's continue. Hopefully it freaking makes sense of it. I have no idea. I agreed to a 10-issue series? And then wrote a 45,000 word novel in 2 parts. Like I said, I'm trying to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Like, on the surface, good intentions pave the road to hell. So on the surface, maybe he was trying to do a good thing. But something ain't right with this. Something going on here. There's something else going on here. Let me give you an example here. In the first issue, at the beginning, he builds up the CPS to be this guardian angel of children, and that's not the case. Maybe back in the day, he really believed that CPS was a good thing, a good organization. Maybe he really believed it. Maybe he was just as fooled as the rest of us. Like I said, I'm, at this point, without additional information, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But it's just, we know nowadays it's not the same. That is not the case. You got to remember, he wrote this 26 years ago, and he didn't have the benefit of 2020 like we do. Like I said, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here, but there's definitely some weird stuff. So maybe it was just ignorance. Maybe there's some ignorance going on with when he wrote this, possibly. But it's some weird freaking stuff, man. Once you understand it, it's just like, whoa, were we as a society really that ignorant about this stuff? Yeah. I remember back then hearing about Child Protective Services, saving kids. It's like, yeah, everybody thought it was the best thing ever. The average person thought it was the best thing ever. Or they used them to usher it in to condone it. possibly, yeah. I would not doubt if they had influence over the story. I would not doubt if there were people that had influence over it, especially converting it to comic book format. If he specifically wrote it as a novel, they very easily could have altered it for the comic book version. That's why I wouldn't mind reading the book to see what kind of differences there are and what kind of similarities. Remember, we only have a partial picture at this point. I gotta remind myself of that. So, yeah, so he gets this Black Widow card they're supposed to give the dude at the foreign country. He's pretending that he wants a virgin child. So yeah, Bruce Wayne lands he's undercover. He's in disguise. He lands in this foreign country. It's a third world foreign country. Its primary business was opium, and has been replaced by child sex trafficking as its primary form of income. So let's see. Hold on a second. Straits of Maingao, capital of Udon Kai, which I don't know if Udon Kai is even a real country, but there are countries out there like it. So I'm not sure what's going on here. It looks like maybe a theater or something, some sort of show. I think that's Bruce in disguise. He says, "It's time." Oh. 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 This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. The story itself is so shocking that you're not paying attention to this other stuff. It's so shocking. You're focused over here. Your attention is over here. And there's this other details of the story going on that you're not paying attention to. Graphic novel. Maria, who else do you watch? How did you find that? Maria is actually, she's an old Xbox buddy of mine and whatnot. We've actually known each other, never met in person, but we've been internet buddies for quite some time. So it's like Maria Remy's been with the channel for a while now. She's been with the House of G almost since I started doing the House of G. So yeah, Maria, meet Remy. Remy, meet Maria. I apologize. Did not even think to introduce you to. It's like, what? But I finally processed what I'm looking at here. This is a sex show in this foreign country, and it's involving a child. It's at the start of the show, and that's when Bruce is like, "It's time." So he's like, he's witnessing the start of this, and he's like, "Okay, enough's enough. It's time for Batman to get involved." So that's what he does. He leaves the show and everything. He changes into Batman, and he's about to leap into action. Mother, is this the demon you battled? Upon my life, I swear to you, this is Batman speaking, having an inner monologue. I will carry your flag in battle to victory. Mother of Murgatroyd. Yeah. Good intentions, all that stuff. It's growing. Yep. Hi, Remy. Also, trafficking is a job. Not guys too, right? Guys too. Boys and girls, right? Hopefully. Yeah. It's growing. Hopefully, no. Hopefully, yeah. No. Hopefully, it's growing. Keep in mind, the focus of this channel is not trafficking. The focus of the channel is pop culture. But the fact that there's been blatant connections, it's been unsettling to say the least. Well, I'll let you guys talk. So, let's see. Yeah, he finds somebody. Wait a minute. He needs a translator. So he's looking for a translator to help him out as he breaks in and does his Batman thing. So he finds this guy who's apparently familiar with the people that are Batman's tracking down. He's got the card. The guy agrees to help him out. Batman breaks in. Boom, boom, boom. Starts doing what Batman does. Batman's looking for the children. This thug, he's claiming that there are no children, but then Batman convinces him to tell him the truth. So Batman goes upstairs, and this is what he finds. Boom, he finds a girl, and a very young girl, and a very not very childish situation. So he grabs the girl to rescue her. They take off. Oh, wow. Yeah, if you guys, wow, okay. Yeah, if you guys want me to connect you to it, yeah, I can do that. 1 second. Let me just make a note. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Wow. Yeah. Let's see here. Where was I? This has been absolutely crazy. The last 2 streams have been bonkers. Like, holy crap. There's a comic books. Like the story in and of itself is shocking. And that's the whole point of the story. But then we got all this other stuff going on, these little details and stuff like that. That's just like, that's where the real shock is. That's where the real surprise is. So Batman, he saves this girl. It's only one girl out of God knows how many. He manages to save this girl. He escapes with her. He's got his translator with him. They take off together, and they're having a conversation. You have done a good thing, sir, but with all respect, you should not return this child to her family. Batman's all like, why not? Then his translator is all, because they sold her. They do not admit that, of course. The child buyers pay cash. They say the children must work enough to earn that cash before they can return home. Batman, and is this ever done? The translator, no, never. And that is believable. Batman, the translator, Warrior, tell me, will the girl survive? Batman, she fought hard. They had to drug her. That I believe. I gave her an injection to speed the wake cycle, and yes, she will recover, my friend. The translator, Warrior, I know who you are. I call you Warrior because that is the closest translation from our language. High in these mountains is where the warrior lives. Some call him a legend, but all know the truth. Batman, Rama, I don't know how to pronounce that. Yin. I am not the translator. I know you must say that, but is when the warrior appears in the form of a man, on that day the walls will begin to crumble. The walls that enslave us. If they crack, people will see inside. Then we will have the chance to fight for our freedom. I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt. Either he was just clueless to some of the other stuff that he wrote, like CPS, stuff like that. Either he was clueless, because back then people were clueless, or somebody maybe possibly like Remy suggested messed with the script. What concerns me is the twist in this. Yeah, exactly, the twist. The devil's in the details. That's exactly what we've been saying. For sure, I used to say that as a designer, not anymore. Probably every person in Clintonian admin got a copy of this playbook. Entirely possible. Maybe. Well, maybe, yeah. It's like, check. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. That's what I've been saying. Good intentions pave the road to hell. I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt that he had good intentions. I'm giving him that benefit of the doubt. There were a lot of people. Time frame, November 1995, right smack at the start of the Great Divergence, when these people fully took over the comic book industry. He may have written it with good intentions, and it's very easy for them to have taken it and made changes. That and or he was just very naive about certain aspects of what he wrote. So he saves the little girl. He's in case you didn't know, Batman is he's Batman. He's the greatest detective, the world's greatest detective. He's a chemist. He's a physicist. He's an engineer. You name it. He's the modern day Leonardo da Vinci with $1 billion. Let's see here. The wiki is interesting on the author. I don't trust wikis too much, but you can get information out of it. There's a third option. Maybe he saw it and was trying to let us know subliminally. Maybe. That is a possibility. That's why I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here, because there's a lot of variables, a lot of yeah, even back then, not something you could probably safely talk about. Because, yeah, like Remy did look up, Clinton was in power 93 to 2001. This is like towards the endish of his first term. And I'm sure we all know the same things about the Clinton. Let's put it that way. So he saves this girl. What's going on here? What is going on? Hold on. Wait, are they going back to the kids' village? Yeah. So this part of the story is taking place in a foreign country. This part of the story, it's not taking place in America. It's taking place in a foreign country. The implication being this doesn't happen in America. That's the implication, even though which that does raise a question mark on this guy. Why did he put the core of the story in a foreign country? Because if this guy was an attorney for child abuse cases, he would know this stuff's going on in America. We got some questions here. Some pretty big questions, actually. Really big questions. Remember when $1 billion was a lot of money, now it's $1 trillion? Yeah. Well, no, $1 billion is still a lot of money. It's just, it's turning into like $1 trillion industry or something like that. Well, in our freaking national debt's like, what, 26 trillion last I knew or something like that? It's freaking insane. People don't understand how much money $1 trillion is. They don't understand it. It's difficult to comprehend how much money that really is. Right? Our government would never do like, yeah, good question. There are a lot of questions here. We're doing deep dive pop culture archaeology. We're looking past the surface, the shiny gloss of the story. We're going deep into this. And some people are going to say, oh, it's just a story. No, it's not. It's not just a story. I hate to break it to you. So I'm not sure what's going on. I think they're taking the kid back to the village she came from, which doesn't make any sense because they were just talking about how it wasn't going to do any good. Hold on. I'm glancing through the dialogue, trying to get it. What the hell? I mean, it's just going on about like the illegal trade and stuff like that in general, not just trafficking. But they're pretty focused on this foreign country where it's a poor country. It's not very well developed. Which is where they're trying to make it sound like it's not the bulk of it's not happening in America. Like America's somewhat immune to it. It is ridiculous. Apparently, this deep dive connects to everything political, maybe foreshadowing what was to come. It is, in fact, no, I believe, yeah, it is connecting to their political pressures. At the very least, political pressures on the pop culture, and in this case, comic books. So, and yeah, maybe foreshadowing was, yeah, there's definitely some foreshadowing. Like back in the day, 26 years ago, it was just a comic book story. Definitely foreshadowing some stuff, though. No doubt about that. And either, I don't know. There's too many questions at this point. Too many questions. So I think. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here because I think they take the girl back to her village. Yeah, so the. Now, within the context of the story, this village is in a very tough situation, no doubt about that. Yeah, so they're taking the child back to her village, and they're having this conversation with the elders, with the parents, and whatnot. And Batman's all like, I would not feed my children with the blood of one of their sisters or brothers. I can agree with that. If I were to stand where you stood, I would steal. Then the villager replies, Warrior, there is nothing to steal. There is no money here. What would you have us do then? Those who buy your Batman, those who buy your children have money, and you know where to find them. I can definitely agree with that. That basically going to war. It's about going to war, and that is a necessity at times. But it's like I don't know. Keep in mind this is fictional at the same time. There's a reason why they say comics are the most popular form of propaganda. I never knew that. Cartoons and comics, well, because they can be drawn on the fly, minimal production compared to movies. Well, it's also about the fact that it's a very popular medium. I've enjoyed comic books, cartoons since I was a kid. Long time ago. And but fortunately, I was raised right to where I got to the point where I recognized what was going on. 2012, I bailed on comic books. 2012, I saw it coming. A lot of people, it's taking them longer. They're waking up to it, to what's going on in pop culture and everything. It's taking them longer. And that's the whole point. It's just subjugate. It's just to twist the entire core of our society. The moral foundation and fabric, families, and one way to do that is through pop culture, whether it's comic books, movies, television, video games. It doesn't. First, they attack the church, and they weaken the church, and they open the door to attacking the rest of the stuff. That's the thing. Also, it's war propaganda. I'm starting to not believe in fiction. Yeah, it's a little. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Oh, Mother Margaret's right. Oh man, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. So Batman returns the kid to her parents. I think that's the mother, at least. Very happy to see the child. It's not. It's not something they wanted to do. But well, is that the? I think that's the mother. I don't know. Let's guess thinking about it. Goes. Batman's given a speech. All of you have given much in your fight to free Udon Kai, but your fight is for nothing if your children are not free. To sell a child for the pleasure and profit of others is a mortal sin. It is the ultimate evil. And it's time for that evil to end. So then the people are all like, yes, let's fight. So yeah, so Batman is coordinating these people for an attack, apparently, by the looks of it. So he's become basically a warlord of sorts, kind of, this foreign country. He's trying to get them armed, it looks like. He's trying to prepare them for an assault on this fortress of just iniquity and sin. Literally. So keep in mind, back in the day, it's like, yeah, he's fighting back against these people, these traffickers and whatnot. And it's like he's taking the fight to their home thing and boom, doing his Batman thing. It's like that's why I flew under the radar. You gotta understand, that's why I flew under the radar. The weird stuff in this story. That's why I flew under the radar, because the core of the story was Batman kicking ass against traffickers. That's the main focus of the story, and that's what everybody focused on, including me. Dude, your console is properly lit for the stream. I'm glad you think so. Facts. Hashtag leaning. L equals leaning. I equals not. TR equals Ruth. Leaning in. Leaning into truth. Okay, copy that. I got you. Okay, I figured that one out. Copy that. I'll take that as a good thing. It's like, this is crazy, because I'm just talking about pop culture. That's all I'm talking about is pop culture. That's all I'm talking about here. Make the connections make themselves. I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm here to talk about pop culture. Those connections are self-apparent at this point. And that's just what's so crazy about it. So that's what they do. The assault begins. Batman goes in ahead of the rest of the force, does his thing, wreaks havoc, chaos, instills fear on the enemy. Boom, boom, kicking ass left and right. Kapow, kablamo. Na, Batman. And then the rest of his little impromptu army engages the enemy for the sake of the children, for the sake of their souls, the soul of their nation. But it's not America. America doesn't have this problem, apparently. This is a foreign country, folks. This doesn't happen in America, not according to the story. Not exactly. Somebody with a freaking white leopard. I don't know. Batman. Jiminy Cricket. Now he's got to fight a white leopard. He takes the critter down, takes down the handler. Boom. He keeps, he's just fighting his way deeper into this fortress. That is one ugly looking chick. Holy crap. Very 80s. So a 1995 comic book. That's a very 80s like villainy chick. What? Let's see. Hold on. What the what? I'm confused. Wait, what? That's just weird. That is weird. Okay, so Batman's skulking around the air ducts or something like that. And then there's this guy. He's the head of the snake right there. And then one of the villagers, I don't know if it was the translator or one of the parents, they fight their way to this guy's chamber, got him at gunpoint. They're having a conversation, whatnot. I'm guessing Yeah, this guy is trying to debate the morality of what he's doing. Apparently, well, he knows he's in trouble, so he's trying to weasel his way out of it, talk his way out of it. He steps on alarm. Apparently, he's got this sniper in the freaking vents above him, and he's just hanging out there. That's his job, is to just hang out there day after day. So he clicks the alarm, and the guy's like, "Oh, wait a minute! I should probably take a look and see what's going on." And it's just a little on the weird side, but hey, whatever. It's a comic book. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but it is Batman. Batman's sneaking up behind him. The guy has no idea. Gets the jump on him. Krapow! Not sure what happens there exactly, but he protects the guy. The guy's doing his thing. And this is war at this point, and just caps him right in the face. So you can't really blame him there. That was actually kind of the point of the assault, to cut the head off the snake. Now, it is a woman doing this. It might not look like it, but that's a woman. So the question is, where's the father? The father's supposed to be there in the village too, but where's the father in this? Why is the mother pulling the trigger and not the father? Kind of wondering about that one. So like I said, it's a very confused story. Very confused. Choose their self-evidence. Wait. Decrypt successful. Yes, it is. Thankfully. That's the crazy part. Choose their self-evident. Everything done in the dark will be revealed. And so here we are experiencing the unveiling. Yes, eyes open. Luke 12:2. It just says, even we will be divided within ourselves, separating good from evil, from what I understand anyway. There's no morality in corruption, disentangle and twisting. Yeah. That's what Satan's very good at. Muddying the waters, twisting everything around. That's what makes him the prince of lies, the father of lies. Why he's very good at it. By confusing the issue. By making something bad seem good. He's very good at it. Like I said, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. The author, that I'm going to say so far he had good intentions. There are some issues with this. There are definite issues with this. And it just helped to it provided smoke and mirrors, cover for these people that are responsible for this stuff. Good intentions pave the road to hell. This is a really good example of it. Mixing lies with truth. Exactly. That's exactly it. Mixing lies with truth. You take a kernel of truth, wrap it in lies, and it makes it more believable. Water with wine. That might be an issue that women are more familiar with. I know women love their wine, so it's a joke. It's a joke. Come on. I never hear about guys raving over wine. It's always the women. It's like, well, just say it. It's like, I needed a freaking joke after all those. Wheat and chaff look the same until harvest. It is the only time the difference between the two can be seen. That's a very good point, actually. That's actually, the Bible talks about separating the wheat from the chaff. The wheat is heavier, so you blow the fan, the chaff flies away because it's empty. It's an empty husk. Doesn't weigh anything. The wheat is where the substance is, sits on the ground. The fan, it's not enough to blow away the wheat. I think you're right. I think we are getting to that point. Because even the normies, they're starting to wake up to it very slowly, more slowly than I would prefer, but they are waking up to it. Yes, some G guys do it to be impressive. Guys will go to pretty incredible lengths to impress women. Let's just put it that way. It's like, I needed a laugh after all of this. Detroit. Jiminy Cricket, what have we gotten ourselves into here, folks? This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So the battle is won. The head of the snake has been cut off. The child is returned to her village, safe and sound, no longer, well, supposedly no longer in danger now that the head of the snake's been cut off. I don't know what it means for the country, at least this village and whatnot. Maybe they'll be safe for a while, hopefully at least. It's just one small battle in the greater war. Boogie is so over. What? Boogie? What? Oh yeah, the character, the chick, the dog chick. Yeah, like where did that come from? It just came out of nowhere. Like, what is this? This is 1995, and this is like some 1980s level character design. Just look at that. Come on, focus. Come on, camera, focus. There you go. I'm telling you, that is some 1980s character design. Like, let me see. Where's the other? Yeah, there were the earrings. I don't know. That just screams 1980s right there. Between those two pictures. I don't know. I don't know. Mother freaking Murgatroyd, man. What have we gotten ourselves into? So, yeah, it's Batman. The head of the snake has been cut off. This village is safe for the time being. Batman, he hangs up his hat as a warlord, heads back home to Gotham. He's in the Batcave talking to Alfred. They're having their dialogue, their conversation. Your mother would be proud of you. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. The sex tourism business has been smashed. Your mother is proud of you. You mean she would be. I mean, precisely what I said. Fighting the evil is the same as fighting crime. Hold on. The sex tourism business is dead as its kingpin. This is what I'm getting at here. This is Alfred talking. I don't know if you're going to be able to read that, but he's making a very clear and bold statement. The sex tourism is dead. The sex tourism is dead. This is what I'm getting at. This is what I've been getting at the entire time. I mean, he says it right there. It's not really focusing on it like I need to, but that top panel right there. The sex tourism is dead. As dead as it came in. Here's the problem with that statement. Thailand. It could have been modeled after Thailand. I'm pretty sure this country was a fictional country, but it's definitely absolutely modeled after real countries and events. But here's the thing. The sex tourism business is dead. Bullshit. Now I understand for the purposes of the story, they're trying to give it a happy ending, give you the warm fuzzies, and that's part of the problem. At no point in the story does it discuss the trafficking going on in America. It doesn't discuss, I mean, it talks about pedophiles, stuff like that, the child porn, but it focus, the 99% of the focus is on the sex tourism in a foreign country. It barely scratches the surface of everything else. And it doesn't even mention the trafficking, the full-on trafficking, the breadth of it in America. And that's a problem. Gives you the warm fuzzies. Oh, Batman defeated the sex trafficking in a foreign country. Because we don't have that problem here in America. Indeed, I think my research has led me full circle. It makes sense to me now. They have CPS in Southeast Asia, really. I don't know about that. I have no idea. I doubt it. I really doubt they would have CPS in Southeast Asia. The CPS was in America in this. I don't think they do. No. The CPS in this comic book was in Gotham City, America. So yeah, it's not. It's not. I don't know if that's where you're getting at, but yeah, it's not. Not trust me. Yeah, they do not have CPS in Southeast Asia. I've been to like Singapore, stuff like that. I was at this. They got the family friendly part of tourism, and then there's the less family friendly part. And some buddies of mine, we would go to the bars and everything, port call, Southeast Asia and everything. I got to talking to one of the girls. Now, keep in mind, the not family friendly, the family friendly part is very concentrated, very, very concentrated. You step outside that little zone, and it's much more real. Virtually every single bar outside of the family friendly zone was doubled as a brothel. So we went bar hopping. We went outside the family friendly zone. We went bar hopping. So all the girls there, they were prostitutes. I got to talking to one. We just went out drinking. That's all we went. We just went out drinking. I got to talking to one of these girls. She was from the Philippines. She had a BA in accounting, I think it was. Yeah, a bachelor's of arts in accounting. She couldn't find a job at all. She could not find a job, which is why she was in a foreign country selling her body. Philippines are so poor. In order to earn money for her family, she had to sign a one-year contract to go to this foreign country. And she spoke really good English. I had a full-on conversation with her in English. She had to sell herself for a year. With a BA in accounting. From the Philippines. That was the reality of these other countries. And people think it's bad here in America. People complain about America. The prosperous side of America, they don't know what they're complaining about. So when Alfred says the sex tourism business is dead, bullshit. And then it gets fucking weird. It just gets fucking weird again. Like, okay, I get this. It's like, yeah, Batman's kicking some ass. He's kicking some ass. But then they make it fucking weird, though. They just make it weird. So he's back in Gotham doing his thing. His eyes are open to a new aspect of the criminal activity that he was somehow blind to before. Don't ask me how he was blind to it. Don't ask me how. That's one question that needs to be asked. Like, how has he not noticed this stuff before? He's out in the streets every night fighting crime. How has he not stumbled across this before? Because it's that prevalent. How has he not noticed it before? Now, all of a sudden he sees it everywhere. So he sees it. He comes across this. There's this girl in front of a camera, very inappropriate. The dude's about to do very bad things to her. This is where it gets weird again. In their name, mother. He goes breaking through the window. He's about to kick this guy's ass 6 ways a Sunday, which that I can get behind. But then he's all in their name, mother. What? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're getting to the end of it. And now, wait a minute. So we got Batman. He's going through the city, doing his thing, doing the Batman thing. Having his little inner monologue. I understand now, mother. The children of the secret are here too. So the very end of this whole thing, the very, 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 very end of this, when you're not really paying attention, they finally shine a tiny little pinprick of like one of those pen lights. You know, the pen, you press it, it's a flashlight. Finally shine one of those little itty bitty weak little pen lights on what's going on in America. I understand now, Mother. The children of the secret are here too. They're everywhere. They're all connected by common evil. And someday they will join together in a force powerful enough to shake this universe. Until then, in their name, Mother, I'm not even sure what that's supposed to mean. I mean, I understand it's meant to give you warm fuzzies. It's meant to be inspirational, but it's like, I don't understand what it's supposed to mean. So at the very, very, very end, they finally shine a pen light on the fact that it's going on in America. At the very end. At a point where you're probably not even paying attention. And someday they will join together in a force powerful enough to shake this universe. They who? The children that are abused? The children aren't supposed to fight for themselves. The parents are supposed to fight for the children. The adults are supposed to fight for the children. I'm not sure 100% where he's going with that. No, we don't wait for the children to rise up. We as adults, we as parents need to be fighting for the children. Please explain. Am I not understanding this? Please explain it to me if I'm not understanding this correctly, what he's saying. Because I'm pretty sure I do. And it begs the question, what the fuck? Okay, so I'm thinking this guy had good intentions. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The Batman is a myth. The evil is not. The truth is as follows. I think that's Andrew Vox. I think that's the signature. Then there's some Asian saying, warrior, heed this, when you battle with demons, aim not at their hearts. Because they don't have hearts. Damn, that's ultimately is governments that facilitate wars leading to poverty and displacement homes, especially the rest. Wars are just a natural part of humanity. Resources are the most basic reason for wars. It's very common. It's a matter of survival in a lot of cases. I'm not saying I'm not supporting wars. It's just wars are just it's a natural part of life. The trade of humans is at the heart of this darkness. Fair trade has new fair trade. I feel like we've been 13 issues all over the place. Yeah, that's exactly it. 2 issues, but this thing's freaking, it's all over the damn place. He's victim blaming. I think you're right there, Maria. That sounds right. He's victim blaming. This is what I'm talking about. It's all over the damn place. It's riding the fence. It's hitting it's not over. That's the end of the Batman story, but it's not over. Now, Child Sex Tourism by David Hetchler. There's a little thing here. I don't know who David Hetchler is. Who's David Hetchler? Apparently some sort of a paper written regarding... Okay. Humans are a major... I know. I know humans are a major resource. And it's part of war. And... yeah. Exactly. So there's this thing. It's 1, 2, 3, 5 pages. 5 pages. 5 pages. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. It's not going to be exciting. There's not going to be any pictures to show. I'm going to go ahead and read it, though. Rise up, children. Come on, man. Fight for yourselves. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't understand. This is why it's so confusing. Because there's like, it's focusing on, it's actually trying to shed some light on child trafficking and human trafficking. But it's just like, what the fuck, man? Said Biden once. It sounds like it sounds like something Biden would actually say. It's like, what the fuck, dude? But yeah, victim blaming. That's what it is. It's victim blaming in this case. It's like the children need to rise up and fight for themselves. No, that's bullshit. The parents, the adults need to be fighting for the children. What the hell? It's telling the parents, just, it's not your fault. It's not your responsibility. Let it happen. Let the children figure it out for themselves. Bullshit. Child sex tourism by David Hetchler. Child sex tourism is not new. For years, pedophiles seeking to avoid severe punishment in the United States have taken trips to countries where prostituted children are plentiful and sexual abuse laws are lenient or unenforced, or with the help of a bribe or two, easily circumvented. The subject crops up regularly in pedophile newsletters. One article appeared in the Namblin Bulletin. The newsletter of the North American Man-Boy Love Association, rhapsodized by a 12-year-old Asian boy who the anonymous author assured readers truly loved his work. I'm calling bullshit. The writer went on to advise, weigh the pros and cons of becoming involved yourself in sexual overseas, seek and find love. I can't even fucking read this. It just makes my stomach turn. I can't even read that. Hopefully you get the point, though. Oh, God almighty. What? No. There's evidence that many have heeded this advice. Oh, fuck, man. They actually believe this shit. A pedophile is advised by friends to go to Asia where thousands of kids were there just for the picking. I attended an animal meeting afterward, confided as a member, I want to go to Thailand, but I don't know how to set it up. No problem, he was told. I'll give you contact. We can arrange everything. A few weeks later, he was in bed with one of these... Oh, God. I'm not going to read every little bit of this just because I can't physically stomach it. The pedophile made many more trips to Southeast Asia before he was caught. He's currently serving a 30-year sentence. He sits in American prison for sexually abusing American children. He was never prosecuted for... Well, here's the thing. You can't prosecute somebody for what they do in a foreign country because it's not on American soil. We don't have jurisdiction for stuff going on overseas. I'm not saying we turn a blind eye to it. That's not what I'm saying. But, oh, fuck balls. The fact that they're pushing that narrative, it's not a good thing. Sometimes this thing's all over the damn place. It's all over the place. Is the sex tourism trade thing bad? Yes, it is. Very bad. We don't have the authority. We do not have the constitutional authority to prosecute for crimes that people commit in foreign countries because it's on foreign property, foreign land. I mean, we don't have. We can prosecute. If somebody comes to our country and commits a crime, we can prosecute them. If somebody from here goes to another country and commits a crime, it's not our. We don't have the authority to prosecute them for crimes they committed somewhere else. It's just not how it works. This is what I'm talking about. This thing's all over the damn place, and I'm not justifying what they're doing. That's not what I'm doing. Like, it still needs to be addressed. It needs to be handled in some way, shape or form. Awareness, for one thing. This. Let me explain. If our government gets to the point where we can prosecute people for doing things in other countries, that opens the floodgates, and they can prosecute you for literally anything, regardless of whether or not it's an American law. It's not a good thing. You go to Singapore, you spit chewing gum on the sidewalk, you can at least get a fine, possibly go to jail. That's not the case here in America. But hey, if we can prosecute things for people, if we can prosecute people for things they do in foreign countries, oh, you went to this country, you went to Singapore, you spit gum on the sidewalk, well, even though, regardless of whether or not they prosecute you, we're going to prosecute you here in America, even though it did not take place in American soil. You understand where I'm getting at? This thing's all over the place. It's all over the place. It's like there's legitimate stuff being addressed here, but then there's some sketchy, janky stuff going on here too. $1 billion a year industry. That, but yeah, I believe it. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not $1 trillion a year industry at this point. So I'm not saying these people should be excused for what they do, but they're pushing for stuff that is not a good thing. Yeah, unless I'm missing something, but physics teacher at New York City's prestigious Bronx High School of Science acknowledged during a television interview he's an active member of NAMBLA. That's fucking disgusting. Stay away from my children. Though the teacher vowed he had never broken the law, and apparently I don't give a flying fuck if he broke the law. Apparently he's never been arrested. The school district's subsequent investigation revealed the teacher had told another person he had sex with Philippines. You should not be allowed near your children. She should not be a teacher. Not allowed to be a teacher. Doesn't matter if he's not touching kids here in America. He's doing it with kids from another country, which means the moment he gets the opportunity to, he's going to do it here. And not to mention the fact that he's going to be pushing his beliefs on your children. Should never be allowed to be a teacher again. It just shouldn't be allowed to be a teacher. Those type of people should not be teaching our children. The people who would be rescued, yeah. Freaking insane. A convicted child molester, after his release from prison, enjoyed telling children in his neighborhood that the boys he had hired in Thailand charged only $8 or $9. He was considering moving there. He had it shortly before he disappeared to take advantage of the country's more. So he disappeared. I'm assuming he moved to Thailand. The world discovers a plague. Though child sex tourism is not new, only in the last few years has been discussed in the mainstream media. So this is what I've been talking about. Back in '93, this stuff was not common knowledge. It was not people did not know this stuff was going on. So touching on the previous live stream, X-Men 2099, where did they get that information from? That writer, where did they get those experiences from? Hopefully that question, that stream is making more sense now. As Chuan Lee Pai, Prime Minister of Thailand, told an international conference on the child sex trade in June 1994, this problem has not arisen just in the last year or two. It started long ago, but in the past it was not taken as a serious matter. The world didn't pay much attention to it. There was no organization working on this problem. There was no governmental policy, either written or spoken, regarding this problem. There was no international traffic of prostitutes from one country to another. What? However, all these things have now occurred, and Thailand, like other countries in the region, must face the problem. Okay. One of the reasons Thailand was forced to confront this issue was the founding of the organization, to which Prime Minister Chuan referred the organization as ACPAT, an acronym for End Child Prostitution in Asian Tourism. Founded in 1991, within 3 years, ACPAT had established offices and support groups in more than 24 countries. It chose to focus on 4 countries in Asia where the situation seemed worse: Sri Lanka, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Thailand. Thailand, where ECPAT is headquarters, has drawn the most attention by all accounts. The rapid growth of that country's tourism and sex trade began in the 1960s. By 1993, one Thai professor estimated the sex trade brought in $1.5 billion annually, and that's 1993. In Thailand. A poor-ass country. The travel industry and the Thai government have overly promoted sex tourism. They openly promoted it. When the Tourism Authority of Thailand, dubbed 1997 Visit Thailand Year, its slogan was, "The one fruit of Thailand more delicious than durian, a native fruit, its young women." Wow. In England, the tribal brochure referred to Thais as Peter Pan's eternal children who have never grown up. And the most central. Fuck balls, man. This is their own freaking government promoting this stuff. How close do you think we are to the American government promoting this stuff? How close do you think we are, folks? I think we're pretty damn close. I'm not even going to read that. Maybe I should, though. I don't want to. I don't want to read this. In for a penny, in for a pound. Promoting a trip to Pattaya, Thailand's major sex resort. The brochure added, if you can suck it, use it, eat it, feel it, taste it, abuse it, or see it, then it's available in this resort that truly never sleeps. Pattaya is not for prudes. What the motherfuck, dude? What the fuck, man? Kind of reminds me of Las Vegas. Just not so in your face about it. Another promotion that was widely publicized appeared in the form of a postcard in an Austrian Airlines in-flight magazine. This advertisement contained an even more blatant appeal to from Thailand with love. Read the caption on the front, illustrated by drawing of a prepubescent girl naked from the waist up. Back of the card, signed by a group of supposed travelers, praised the cornucopia of sexual pleasure, enjoying the rest. Got too close now. The card concludes. The tarts in the Bangkok Baby Club are waiting for us? Excuse me? I'm not making this up. I'm not fucking twisted enough to make this up. One million children prostituted worldwide. Just how many children are prostituted in Thailand and the rest of Asia? There's no way to know. The prostitution of children is at least nominally illegal in the country's ECPAT monitors, so there can be no official count. However, ECPAT has compiled what it considers to be conservative estimates, meaning low in number, based on available information. Numbers are shocking. 60,000 children in the Philippines, 200,000 in Thailand, 1 million worldwide. But ECPAT doesn't dwell, and those are conservative, meaning they're on the low side. 1984, 5 young girls. It has tried instead to reveal the people behind the statistics. 1984, 5 young girls who had been imprisoned at a Thai brothel were burned to death in a fire. Later, it was revealed why they never had a chance. They had been chained to their beds. The reality for children in Thai brothels, whether or not they are shackled, is that they are indeed slaves. Many are from small villages far from Bangkok. So many, in fact, some entire villages are devoid of young girls. You can't. Society can't survive without children. No children, there's no future. There's no nothing. I'm not sure I read this thoroughly back in the day. I know I read some of it. I don't know if I read all of it. It might have been too disturbing for me to finish this part, the epilogue thing here. Some are kidnapped by pimps or middlemen who sell them. In other cases, parents are tricked by brothel owners who promise children educational opportunities or attractive jobs in Bangkok. In still other instances, parents sell their children outright or indenture them by accepting loans against their children's future earnings, the nature of which The parents may or may not understand. If parents later suspect the worst, they don't have the resources to locate and rescue their distant children. And it's entirely possible where they're lied to. These are extremely poor countries. They might not always know the truth about what's still. Fuck, man. I don't even. Once they're aware of us in the brothels, the captured children have this in common. Their lives are completely controlled by their employers, who often enforce their will with violence. For this reason, the term child prostitute is really a misnomer. These children have been prostituted, and the responsibility lies solely with their exploiters. For adults, prostitution may be a career choice. Some may call it a victimless crime. No such thing. But for children in sexual servitude, there is no choice, and they are the victims. Enter the AIDS epidemic. Aside from the physical and psychological damage these children suffer, they face the increasing likelihood that they will be infected with HIV. AIDS is now sweeping across Asia at a pace that at least as rapid as the virus took in its 1980-85 race across Africa. World Health Organization officials reported in August 1994 at the 10th International Conference on AIDS. Thailand, for obvious reasons, has been particularly hard. Estimates vary, but a conservative guess is that at least 500,000 of its people were infected with HIV in 1994. And by the year 2000, the number will have soared to at least 2.5 million. Nearly 5% of the country's 55 million people. Fear of AIDS has proved a windfall for child sex tour operators who alert to the tourists' anxieties. Advertise the youngest children as the safest. They assure nervous customers that the children have regular checkups and they can't catch AIDS from a child. Neither claim is true. The mentality that goes into making that statement. AIDS and the relentless siphoning of children from villages have depleted the brothel supply. This in turn has sent brothel owners scouring the region for fresh sources. The result has been trafficking across national borders. Human Rights Watch has exhaustively documented the kidnapping of Burmese women and girls who are deposited in Thai brothels. ECPAT has also noted parallel trails from China and Laos. Searching for signs of progress, yet even in the face of this reality, ECPAT points to evidence of progress. Sometimes this progress is measured in small increments. An article here, a conference there, a speech like Prime Minister Chuan's. Sometimes there are larger signs. Australia, Germany, and the United States have recently passed laws that allow prosecution of child sex tourists upon their return home. Norway and Sweden already had such laws in the books. It's difficult to argue against that. Very difficult. That might be like the one exception. It's just, fuck, man. I'm just trying to process shit right now. Norway and Sweden already have such laws in the books and have demonstrated a desire to use them. Still, it is far from certain these laws will prove effective. A law professor assessed the process of Australia's legislation as it neared enactment. The enactment of such legislation will be an important symbolic and political statement. However, there is a real danger that if the legislation is not accompanied by effective enforcement measures at the national and international level, its promises could turn out to be rather hollow. Prosecuting a sexual offense where a child has been the victim is a difficult enough task in any event, when it is further complicated by the problems of obtaining evidence in a foreign country. Ensuring the willingness of witnesses to testify in that country where proceedings are conducted in a foreign language, the task becomes even more onerous. Furthermore, the reasons for the lack of effective enforcement of local laws in certain countries, they may also result in a lack of the close law enforcement cooperation needed to put together a case of this sort. Some of the staunchest supporters of Australian law conceded that it would be preferable for child sex tourists to be prosecuted in countries where they committed the crimes. But preferable, but the problem is if the country doesn't prosecute them, it doesn't do any good. That's part of the conundrum. What's more, shortly before these laws were passed, there was optimism that Thailand and its neighbors would strengthen their own laws and at long last enforce them. Prime Minister Chwan himself announced in 1992 they intended to wipe out the child sex trade in the next 2 to 3 months. Nearly 2 years later, at an ECPAT conference in Bangkok, the Prime Minister was forced to acknowledge his failure. Once again, he declared his hope that he could eradicate the prostitution of Thai children while acknowledging with surprising candor what critics have been saying for years, that Thai officials not only condone the practice, but in his words, some officials even sponsor this kind of business and share the profits. I would not be surprised if they engaged in it. Planning for the future despite such setbacks, that last part was me. Despite such setbacks, ECPAT officials appeared undaunted. Their plans include expanding the scope of the program to include Africa, Latin America, and other affected regions, providing direct support to local organizations working to heal children who have escaped from prostitution and safeguard those at risk. Convening at an international congress in 1996 to seek ways to end the child sex trade, developing a comprehensive database that incorporates new research. In general, ECPAT has chosen to avoid confrontation and has pursued change by lobbying government officials. And there's no pictures. I don't have any pictures to show you. Where was I? In general, ECPAT has chosen to avoid confrontation and has pursued change by lobbying government officials and by educating the public, largely through the media and through leaf-letting campaigns arranged with cooperation with legitimate representatives of the tourism industry. I didn't know anything about this until I picked up the comic book. I didn't know anything about it. So they weren't doing a very good job of it, at least not in America, at least where I lived. Let me catch up here a little bit. You guys have been active. Holy crap. You guys have been pretty active in the chat. I'm gonna have to check that out sometime after I finish reading this. Pray they were acting like farted. I failed to strike and I go on in this mission. It all happens. How did an American attorney have such detail? How did an American attorney have such detailed info? Remy says she looked it up and he was an attorney for child abuse cases. If that's what he did, then it's not inconceivable where he would have connections where he'd be able to get information. And especially if this ECPAT was active and trying to raise awareness, maybe he had connections with ECPAT or something like that. It may not have been common knowledge in the public conscience, but there were people they were aware of the problem, trying to raise awareness. Sumerians, ancient Egypt, Babylon, hence Sodom and Gomorrah. Yep, Sodom and Gomorrah was wiped off the planet for a reason. Open borders. Yeah, mass trafficking. That's why Trump was trying to close our borders. Why did everybody else except Trump was fighting against it? Let that sink in. ECPAT has also led a major push to secure U.S. ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Anything UN is not a good idea. The United States, which helped draft the document, was one of only 15 countries that neither signed or ironically, even Thailand is a party to the convention, which tells me that the UN twisted it. They did something to it it's not what it was. If the U.S. helped draft the document, the UN twisted it. And that's why we didn't sign it. That's my guess. Or that was as of August of 1994, Clinton was president. So that could be another reason why we hadn't gotten on board with it. Critics tire of waiting. Not everyone is satisfied with ECPAT's approach or with the effort of the U.S. government, which so far has been limited to passage of law that permits prosecution of child sex tourists when they return. Dorothy Thomas advocates a more aggressive campaign. Thomas is the Human Rights Watch project director who oversaw the investigation of trafficking of Burmese women and children into Thailand. Testifying before a House Subcommittee, Thomas was sharply critical of the U.S. State Department's classification of forced prostitution in Thailand as a discrimination rather than slavery or forced labor. Discrimination? What? Keep in mind, this is Clinton's State Department. Clinton's State Department classified forced prostitution as discrimination. 1994. This was, she explained, much more than a semantic quibble. The classification exempts this abuse from consideration under sections 502 of the... Keep in mind, how many politicians, including around 1994, 95, 93, how many of them traveled to Epstein's Island? Keep that in mind. Remember, we're talking about comic books here, folks. Which obligates the U.S. Trade Representatives to review workers' rights when deciding which countries to designate as U.S. trade beneficiaries. A moment later, she continued, the State Department has documented the complicity of Thai police and border officials in trafficking of women and girls from neighboring countries into Thailand for forced prostitution since 1991. Meanwhile, the U.S. has and is continuing to provide police training. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I stopped in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, the U.S. has and is continuing to provide police training and to sell arms and equipment to Thai police, including the border police, without ever investigating their involvement in trafficking and forced prosecution. That's kind of a problem there. So were they equipping the police to do the job, or were they equipping the people responsible for making the entire trade possible? Where there have been police crackdowns, the main target, Thomas said, has been the trafficking victims themselves. Exactly. What I was just saying. Yeah. I can't read everything. You guys are blowing up the chat, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all. I can't read everything you guys are throwing up there. You guys are making good points. You guys are making good points. In virtually every case that we investigated, the women and girls were apprehended while the brothel owners, pimps, procurers, and customers remained free. Very telling. Moreover, despite clear evidence of official complicity and even direct involvement, surprise, surprise, we know of no case where a police officer was prosecuted for involvement in trafficking and forced prostitution specifically. Last page. At a minimum, Thomas argued, aid to the Thai police should be contingent on progress towards prosecuting and convicting culpable members within their ranks. Not only aid, she concluded, but also U.S. trade relationships with Thailand should be subjected to the same vigorous concern for Thai official complicity in the traffic of women and girls. It's to this day, even going back to 26 years ago, they always refer to women and girls. Guess what? Boys were involved in this. Boys were victims too. And it's really fucking irritating. It's not just women and girls. Boys are involved in too. They're victims too. They're just as abused and trafficked as women and girls. That's a problem. That is not addressed. But I digress. The threat of international pressure. Demands like these have not been lost on Prime Minister Schwan, who by early 1993 had sensed a change in public perception. Prostitution in Thailand, particularly child prostitution, has reached a state where it is not acceptable to both the country and the international community. Was it ever acceptable by the international community? I'm trying to understand that here. Was it acceptable by the international community? I feel like I'm about to have a fucking stroke. He observed the prostitution problem also leads to other problems such as international pressure not to buy goods from countries where children are exploited. Fine with that. We need to get back to made in America as it is. Call for the boycott of the Prime Minister's call for the boycott. The Prime Minister Sofia was trumpeted a few months later in an American magazine. The final paragraph was a virtual call to arms. Thai sex tourist trade is highly dependent on foreign patrons and vulnerable to an international boycott. Considered, organized, and well-publicized campaign against child prostitution, including a boycott of airlines, travel agencies, hotel chains, and others involved in tourism to Thailand, could have a major impact. An international commission of Western notables holding hearings and investigating the violation of the rights of children could provide the necessary publicity to spark the boycott. For the children, nothing has changed. To date, however, this declaration of war seems to have had no greater effect than Prime Minister Schwan's pronouncement that he would quickly end the problem. Surprise, surprise. In fact, no one's words or actions seems to have had much effect. The prostitution of children is more widely publicized than ever before, and more people are working to destroy it each year, but for the victims, precious little seems to have changed, and the promised end is nowhere in sight, and that holds true today. Myths may expose evil, but cannot battle it alone. Now that you know evil, you know what to do now. 26 years later, nothing's changed, and it's only gotten worse. The title kind of speaks for itself to an extent, but there's definitely plenty to say here. So this is Batman, based on it's modeled after real life events and stuff, not like specific events, but just world events. Now they were attempting to raise awareness on the problem, so you got to give them that. This is what I'm saying. I think maybe. Good intentions. There were definitely good intentions, I'd say. Definitely good intentions. There's just some weird stuff going on here with the stories. There's some certain details of the story and stuff that just don't mesh. So now it's just so weird. Because they add all that at the very end, they add all that information. It's just like blood showing information. It's just shocking. It's just I'm trying to you guys are just like killing the in a good way. You're killing it in a good way. It's like just wait until the fact that our own medical base for major player. Yes, even places ran like Fort Hood exist. Oh, the closed base of evil, got that right. Only closed because dead bodies were found. How do you know that? I never heard of that. How do you know that? I've never heard of that. I mean, I'm not surprised they cover it up if that's the case. How do you know that? What? Do I have the... Hold on. Oh, what the hell? What did I do with it? No. What did I do with it? I don't know what I did with it. What did I do with it? Hold on. Wait. What did I do with it? Nope, that's not it. No, what did I do with it? No. Tell me I still got it. Hold on. let me. Oh man, no. Where did I? Buggers. I don't. Okay, apparently I didn't take it on my phone. I know I've got a picture. What did I do with it? No. What did I do with it? Seriously, what did I do with it? Damn it, what did I do with it? Oh my lord. I took this screenshot. There was this video. What did I do with it? No, man, what did I do with it? I have no idea what I did with it. There was this picture. No, it wasn't even a picture. It was Wait. I might have it. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Be patient, please. Be patient, please. Where is it? Come on. Come on. What's taking so long? Go. Oh, forget this. Come on. Hopefully I can snag it. No, dang it. No. Okay, I don't have. Oh, that's why I didn't take a screenshot. I posted a link. Hold on. Wait. So, this is okay. Context. I was watching a PewDiePie video the other day, and he was the video was about TikToks that you wish never came into existence, and it was just his stupid, usual, silly stuff. But there was one thing that popped up. Let me show you. Let me show you. Okay. Hopefully you can see this. Hopefully you can make this out. Hold on. Let me move this out of the way. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this here. This is okay. So this is a PewDiePie video, and this is so random. Like, it's just a bunch of TikTok videos. That name of the video, I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if yeah, TikToks that make you wish you never came into existence. It's just a dumb, stupid PewDiePie video. Nothing janky or anything. They stopped counting over 1,500 babies. What the fuck? Kamloops in Canada? That's I can't even. Okay, this is an Amazon driver. I don't know if you can see it. The label on his jacket is mirrored, so it's in reverse. But it is an Amazon jacket, driver jacket. This is an Amazon. He's an Amazon driver. And when you want to quit Amazon, and it says this is this guy's TikTok. When you want to quit Amazon, but remember who you're working for. So it's supposed to be all like warm, heartwarming and stuff like that. It's his dog. He pulls out a picture of his dog from his wallet. Just like, okay, whatever. That's not. Just watch. Just watch. This is an Amazon driver. Look at that wallet. Can you make out that wallet? Look, this is the Amazon driver. This is his wallet. Look at this wallet. There's an upside down pentagram filled in with a goat's head. I don't know if you can read it, but it says Black Craft Cult. And underneath it's partially cut off, but it says believe in yourself. This Amazon driver is a Satanist. And he's not even hiding it. He made a TikTok video. Yes, it is. It's a pentagram. Upside down pentagram. I don't know if you can see the details, but it's filled in with a goat's head. This Amazon driver is a Satanist. And he's doing it for his dog. He's working the job for his dog. But the point being, he's a Satanist. He's got a fucking goat's head wallet. The point, yeah. So this stuff it's infiltrated everything. Master thyself. No, it says believe in yourself or something like that, which is essentially that's what they're getting as master thyself, make thyself thy master, which is satanic. It's just means same as worshiping yourself. That is exactly it. You guys have got it right on the nose. You nailed it on the head. So think about this within the broader picture of what we're talking about here. Think about it within the broader picture. Now this focus is primarily on the sex trade side of the sex tourism trade, on the side of human trafficking, specifically children in foreign countries. It very briefly touches on what's going on in America. Now, back in the day, we are talking around 93, 94. Maybe it wasn't as prevalent in America. That is a possibility. But I doubt it. Because at the very end of it, even Batman's like, oh, yeah, he realizes now that it is, in fact, going on in America. So I'm reasonably confident it was going strong in America at that time frame. And now, we've got the largest delivery company in the world operating on American soil with impunity, with satanic drivers, upside down pentagram, goat's head, driving across the country delivering things. I'll let you do the math on that. See on Facebook, Zuckerberg has created written inside clothing. Beauty products is where it really gets sick in vitamins. Beauty products. Which one was it? I think it was Sandra Bullock. She was like on Ellen or some crap. She was touting this skin cream that she used to keep herself looking, youthful, or keep her skin looking flawless. Guess what it was made out of? It was made out of the foreskins of babies. Baby gets circumcised, instead of having the foreskin disposed of properly, they were gathered, turned into skin cream. How many babies are aborted every year? What do you think they do with those, the bodies? So you got the largest, arguably the largest, as far as I know, it is the largest delivery service in the world, with satanic people at the wheel. Literally hundreds of thousands of children go missing every year in this country. Last count was 500,000 that I'm aware of. How do you think they transport some of these children? What do you think? How do you think they transport some of these children? How do you think, what's his name, Bezos? How do you think he actually got to be as wealthy as he is? This conversation started with a comic book. Why? Because pop culture matters. There's yeah. So I now that we've read through the whole thing and I read the epilogue thingy, I believe that the guy who wrote this, I believe he had good intentions. That he was trying to shed light on this stuff. Either he was just clueless about some of this other stuff, the feminist woke stuff that was going on even back then, 26 years ago. Either he was clueless about it, an unwitting supporter, or somebody else had a hand in messing with the story that he wrote. So at this point, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Either he was an unwitting participant in some of the stuff, because these two issues, I mean, they're all over the freaking place, all over the place. Clearly, the core message of the story is to raise awareness about the trafficking and everything, but there's some freaking other stuff that doesn't mesh, and it's just weird. Deal with the devil, yeah. Are they going to let him back into the hemisphere? That's a very good question, because I hate to say it, but in this day and age, that is actually a valid question. Are they going to let him come back? His wife is divorcing him. Kind of wonder why. What's going on behind the scenes that we don't know about? That's actually a pretty valid question. Mother of Murgatroyd. You see where this is going? You guys see where this is just like crazy. This is back in 1994, 1995, November 1995 this is published. This stuff was not common knowledge. They were trying to make it common knowledge. You got the ECPAT organization trying to fight this stuff overseas, foreign governments. And then they produce this to try and raise awareness. But here's the thing. Here's the weird thing. 95, 96, we had the Great Divergence. These people took over the comic book industry in that time frame, I'm telling you. So this is in the middle of Clinton's presidency. Add that to the equation. I'm trying to figure out how this got published. Now, there's some wonky, janky stuff in here, which tells me maybe, possibly, they tried to sabotage it. Maybe they tried to just make it so out there and outlandish that it didn't have the teeth that it would have had, maybe. I don't know. But then this stuff just pretty much drops off the radar. After this, I really didn't hear much of anything about this stuff. Especially in comic books. Q12 is stuff went down. I'm telling you, stuff went down. 95, 96, stuff went down. Here's the outlines of the theory that I was working on. Clinton comes into office. Do your own math on that one. Stuff like this starts coming out. They start shedding the light on this trafficking stuff through pop culture, comic books specifically. It's bad for business for these people. Very bad for business. And for the politicians that are involved. Make no mistake, there are politicians involved in American government. So they can't have this. They can't have this. They know it's coming. They know it's being worked on. They know that. Make no mistake, this was published in November of '95, but I'm telling you, it took them time to plan it out. They had the discussion. Hey, wait a minute. What if we do this? What if we make this What if I write this Batman story as a novel and then we make it a comic book at the same time, a graphic novel? It took time to plan it out. Word got out. I'm telling you, word got out. You don't keep a lid on something like that. It got out. And there was stuff going on. What was it, NAFTA or something like that? China, around 95, 94, something like that. 95. And the public is starting to find out about this. But they can't have that. It's bad for business. It's bad for their plans. It's bad for what they're trying to do. So the great divergence happens. Maybe even orchestrated. Something happens. 95, 96, something big happened in comic books. They took a really weird turn. I don't think it's a coincidence that this happened right at the Great Divergence. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think they were getting too much light, too much exposure. I think they decided that they needed to take action. That's the theory that I'm working with right now. Could this type of stuff be more connected to pulp culture than we realize? Could this be evidence? Not necessarily outright proof, but could this be evidence for that theory? The last House of G, X-Men 2099, there was some human trafficking, blatant human trafficking elements in that storyline. Now, that was completely fictional, 100% fictional. 100%. And when was that? Hold on. Buggers. When was that? When was X-Men 2099? Let me go grab them real quick. I gotta look at the date. X-Men 2099, issue number 1. The first 4 issues of this series, it was all in your face about human trafficking. Or in this case, mutant trafficking. 1993. October of 1993, right about 2 years before this. 2 years before this. And I still want to know where they got the inspiration for this regarding that storyline. So, like I said, I'm developing the vague outline of a theory here. Clinton, 1993. Clinton, 1993. Now there's some weird stuff too. It wasn't all they replaced Angel, the character Angel, who looks like an angel, is a very wholesome and positive character, and they replaced him with Bloodhawk, who literally is a demon, like just looks like a demon. They did a complete and total swap. They went from good and wholesome and positive to like this weird, like anti X-Men thing. But they also they also added the element within the story of human trafficking with zero connection to reality. It was a purely fictional storyline. There is no overt connection to real life trafficking, which is why I want to know, where did they get the idea for that story? Two years later, we get this. At the same time that we have the Great Divergence, where comics go off the rails. Are you seeing the picture that I'm painting here? Pop culture matters, folks. It matters. Because if it didn't matter, they wouldn't have done this. The Haiti earthquake was in 2010. I wonder what comics were like in 2010. I will say this. I bailed on comic books in 2012. That's 2012. That's when I had enough. I don't think I have a whole lot of comic books from that era, just because I didn't have it was just, life was just too chaotic and resource. I didn't have the time, money, resources to be able to collect comic books. Because Batman is Divergent. No. We're not talking about, when I say the Great Divergent, when comic books, the Great Divergence of '95. I'm not talking about Batman. I'm talking about comic books, Marvel, DC. Later on, Image and stuff like that. But the big ones were Marvel and DC. Not just Batman, like comic books across the board. Like every single title I've gone over, every single title. 95, 96, there was this weird fucking change. It's just Twilight Zone level change. Complete course correction. Not for the better. 95, 96. There was this great divergence in comic books. From their narrative, from what the characters, the core of the people that created the characters, they created them with a specific morality, the characteristics, the vision, stuff like that. They were already in the process of changing the characters and stuff like that. They were in the process, but it's very low key. It was very, very, very low key. They didn't have full control. It was here and there. They were able to slip stuff through. 95, 96, they took full control. And you can see it in the comic books, in the stories, in the way they told the stories, the way they treated the characters. They took full control and went completely sideways with it. And that is what I refer to as the Great Divergence. After this first emergence, it must be a continuing theme. Let's talk about Tupac and rap. From their narrative, Tupac was killed in 96 when he tried to preserve music against sex, drugs, and violence. I don't know anything about Tupac, really. Never listened to him. I know he was killed. People are like, I don't know. But that's actually a really good point, though. If Tupac was actively trying to stand up to the rap industry and to turn it away from being all pro-sex, drugs, and violence, if he was fighting against that, that changes the circumstances of his death. Parallels, yeah. Batman is divergent from their narrative. Yeah, exactly. I think I got you there, Maria. Are you guys picking up what I'm laying down here? Because I hope so. I hope I'm not the only one that sees it. And then you got this Amazon, satanic drivers, transporting stuff around the world. And those vans, there's some creepy vans. No windows, small little vans. They could be transporting anything, and they're big enough for human beings. Tupac was a social advocate and came from Black Panther parents. His music changed to positive message. Yeah, Black Panther, they're the black version of the KKK. His music changed to positive messages. It's possible he had to come to Jesus moment. I hope that's the case. I never listened to his music, so I got no idea. I know people rave about rap in general. Yes, he changed to positive. That's when they kill. Okay. Truth. Okay. It's a little piece of pop culture information I never had any ideas. But that would explain a few things. That would definitely explain a few things. Where with your... I'm glad you guys are picking up what I'm laying down here. This is just... the last two streams have been absolutely bonkers. I'm here to talk about pop culture. And right now, specifically comic books. And it's leading us to stuff like this. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This isn't me coming up with conspiracy theories. I'm pointing out this is stuff it's in black and white, literally in black and white. Follow script. Jimmy freaking cricket, man. Well, Remy, you were asking for a 5-hour House of G, and wish granted. Completely unintentional. Mother Murgatroyd. Jiminy Cricket. This has been absolutely nuts. But I think we're gonna have to wrap things up here in a few minutes. Holy crap. This has been crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, give me just 1 second here. 1 second. Okay. Absolutely bonkers. It really is. So there you have it. Cogs in the machine. Yeah. Okay. It's about time to wrap this one up. This has been quite the House of G. Let me tell you. Oh my gosh. I had a vague idea what to expect, but it's still freaking caught me by surprise. They're like, holy crap, out of left field, like nobody's business. Massive curveball out of left field. Also, the Titanic is mystery surrounded too. The Guardian Federal Reserve. I don't know, but I don't know. Anything's possible in this day and age. But there you have it, folks. Batman: The Ultimate Evil. And it definitely lives up to the title. The information at the end of it is just shocking, to say the least. And as far as I know, you don't really hear anything after that about it. It's like it just falls off the radar of the public perception almost. It becomes something that people know through personal experience. They get involved in organizations, stuff like that. My father was trying to start a human trafficking organization. He was trying to start a human trafficking organization. And a few years later, he was put in prison for no reason. Chew on that one. This has been an absolutely crazy ass House of G over the last 2 weeks. The best stream of House thus far. I'm glad you think so, because this has been absolutely... I literally felt like I was having a freaking stroke earlier. Guys, a little off topic. My dog answers to Darth Vader. Shut up, because... What? Darth Vader? mean, there's. I'm not going to go into the details. We know part of it. The stuff that I know about had no connection with human trafficking overtly, directly. But you have to wonder, was there stuff going on covertly that was not public knowledge? Because there very easily could have been backroom conversations. I don't know. Honestly, and that's all I'm willing to talk about on that subject at this time. So it's supposed to be about pop culture and comic books there, folks. But the House of G, well, here at the House of G, we tread the path that others fear to tread. Having a woke stroke. Yeah, you mentioned that in a previous stream, and that's you just witnessed a woke stroke there, Remy. Fuck. Except there wasn't like, yeah, okay, there was a bunch of there's a crap ton of woke. Oh my gosh. The woke stroke, the woke stuff in conjunction with the trafficking stuff at the very end. That was too much. That was too much. This is crazy. I mean, it's just bonkers. It's just bonkers. I can't. These other channels, they would never touch this. They would never touch it. They have no problem talking about the popular stuff, the Star Wars and Doctor Who and stuff like that. Like the storylines. It's woke. It's woke. It's woke. It's woke. It's woke. It's not. That's as far as they go with it. That's all. That's as far as they go with it. And it's a lot of them are just straight up hypocrites to begin with. I don't know. It's not naming names at this point, but yeah. I remember saying to her son, Martha, I'm coming. Red Fox. That may have been a Red Fox moment there. No, seriously, like my brain was just like not working right. It just wasn't working right. It's like it's a big burrito of info for us to digest. That's fake woke. To an extent, at least, yeah, definitely to an extent. I did. Definitely hypocritical, fake woke, or fake awake. It's a big. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, fudge. Man, small doses. Has to be broken down chunks of small doses. If you call this a small dose, I mean, it's freaking stroke inducing. I guess that's a small dose. It wasn't a full stroke, so I guess that's a small chunk. Full chunk, you might end up in the hospital drooling on myself. Holy crap, this is just, yeah. I'm just coming down from this. It's just been an absolute, the last two streams have been, the last one was like just wow, and this one just went even further. So you gonna be okay? I'll be okay. I'll be fine. We're just trying to make light of it as much as possible. Just say I'll be all right. It's just, this is completely unexpected. I mean, you understand. You gotta understand. I started this side channel. Just I wanted to get in on the fun, talking about pop culture and geeks. Just geek out and have a good time. Comic books, TV, so starting off with my collection, and then we come across this stuff, and it just goes all out the window. All bets are off. It's just unexpected. This is not what I was expecting. I'm sure with you seeing the images also, it had more gravity. Yeah. This is Friday night for me, sir. That's good. I hope you're having a good Friday there, Maria Cobra. It's like, we're all going to be okay. Amen to that. We're warriors of divine aid strength. Copy that. Amen to that. Yeah, there's definitely a war going on, spiritual war. No doubt about that. I mean, this is just, there's a reason why they, even with all the forces against it, they still labeled it the ultimate evil, because even when they try to make it a reality, try to make it normalized, accepted by society, they understand that what they're doing is evil. They still can't hide that fact. No matter how much they try to cover it up, bait and switch, and camouflage it. Yes, the more truth we uncover, the more we are ready and steady. Who doggy? Okay, so yeah, Maria, I'll get in touch with you about Remy's contact info and whatnot, so you guys can do your thing, and I think about ready to wrap this one up. So yeah, Batman Ultimate Evil, very revealing, very confusing. Very confusing. It was all over the place. I at this point, I would need to read the book, the novelization, to see exactly what's going on in the book and see how close it is, see if they made some changes. I wouldn't be surprised if they made some changes for the comic book. I would not be surprised. But I don't know. That's just conjecture at this point. Nail camo for the smoke. No, yeah, it gets so big. Cancer spreads in the body. It hides itself as. See, one of the reasons your immune system has trouble fighting cancer is because it's your own cells. Your immune system doesn't want to attack its own cells. It's not designed to attack its own cells. That is the perfect camouflage. But here's the thing. At some point, the cancer gets so big that it starts killing the body. And you get the symptoms. You can't hide those symptoms. This cancer is getting too big for its own britches. It is a cancer upon society, upon the soul of humanity. It's getting too big for them to hide. As much as they try to make evil appear good, some of us won't be fooled. You can fool some of the people, the majority of the people some of the time. You can't fool all the people all the time. So at some point, people realize it. What's going on? And I think we're very close to that point. The question is, who's going to win the battle? Gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. If you don't think there's a battle going on, then you are not a true geek. You're not paying attention. It's right there in your face, in your own pop culture. What can I say? If you're a normie, I'm sure you recognize it for what it is. Good job, Rebel. See you next time. Maria. Oh, yep. See you next time. Okay. Yeah. It's about that time. Let's wrap this up. Over 5 hours. You got your wish there, Remy. 5-hour House of G stream. From Batman to human trafficking to Amazon, you gotta ask some very hard questions. All right, guys. Hope you have a great Friday or a great Monday there. Friday for some people. Have a great week, and I'll see you next Monday. We will continue this journey. It's a very, very shocking, surprising, and illuminating journey, to say the least. Pop culture archaeology at its finest. If you're new to the House of G, and if you'd like to become a cog in the machine at the House of G, all you gotta do is hit that subscribe button. Who doggy? God wins. Amen to that. Amen to that. I'm done dancing on eggshells. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. All right, guys. You have a fantastic day. Have a great week. Hopefully I'll see you over in Rebel Squadron. We can kind of come back from this one, unwind a bit, have a little fun. I know I need it. It's like, love the console effects. Thank you. No, that's an amazing compliment right there. It's great to hear stuff like that. So thank you for that. Sharing this, please do. Please don't be afraid to share it. This channel is YouTube will never monetize this channel. I am telling you that, but I'm not gonna stop. Not gonna stop. So it's up to you. If you guys want to spread the message, it's the only way it's going to get out there. YouTube's not going to help with that. Oop, 5 hours. Hope you're happy there, Remy. It's like, that's 5 hours without a break. I did not take a break at all. I didn't take a break. Keep that in mind. So you can imagine what I need to do right now. I'll be gaming tonight. Copy that. Maybe some Siege, maybe, possibly. I know I could use some. I could definitely use some right now. Okay, you guys have a great one. Everybody else that's watching, I hope you have a great week. Have a fantastic Monday. See you next week. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. There will be more. We're going to keep this thing rolling for as long as I can. All right, so yeah. This has been another House of G, speaking into the void. Ooh, doggy. Boom, shakalaka.